Good evening, everybody. How is everyone's day so far? Hello, hello. We are undeafened. Everyone can hear you guys.
Hello.
I really hope you never have to use that respirator. Hi.
Nah, that'd be great.
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
Hello.
How's it going? I forgot to open Roll20.
Oh,
Gas.
gotta watch out for that.
Jaminy Grimace.
No,
Delilah's holding us
ready.
hostage and refusing to roll their d20.
I refuse. I will not do this.
Why won't
God.
you do it?
I'm being silly.
Look.
That's why.
Ash can't be murdered if we can't continue the
This
campaign.
is so right. It's so real. What website do we use? Oh,
until we start the session again, after Ashram rolls their d20, Emmerich can't die.
That's
Hey, Elko, just as a heads up, there's no D&D channel awards right now.
Oh, yeah, we could use some
Why
D&D channel.
are you already eager for the D&D channel rewards?
I just need to keep it up in case.
Ayo,
Yeah?
Also,
you need to keep it up,
my
yeah?
brain is always...
Yeah?
Alright, cool. Deuces, I'm out.
Enough of this shit.
My chair can have the rest of the fucking campaign.
We'd let the chair play around.
Yeah.
We jump around.
You probably roll
Jump
better
around.
than I do.
There we go. D&D commands are active.
Sorry, Roll20's being a little ponce on my computer, just being a little asshole.
All right. Did other folks roll their d20s?
Yeah.
Yes. Current highest is Mio with an 18.
Ooh.
I got a 14. I did not win.
So you have Frank, Buddy, Mio, Hex, D. Yeah, Mio. So it looks like you have a D10 that you can give to somebody other than yourself during this session.
Oh joy.
Yeah. So, I'm gonna be honest. It has been a number of weeks.
Yeah.
I have been through a lot. My cat got diagnosed with cancer.
Cool.
I just came back from a LARP weekend, so my brain is soup. The big things that I remember from the last event was you guys getting yelled at by Aristos from again trying to plead your case that not all magic is evil, but unfortunately that will not work. He's already made up his mind. You guys have been told by Aristos that your next point of contact should be somebody known as the Collector, a disciple of his that can be located in Kelpsa. Also, upon returning the Eye of Divination, Aristos grew a little stronger. You all got a fuck-up removed from your charts, and divination magic is no longer accessible. So you guys now know your impact. You guys now know what happens when you return an artifact to Aristos. So, I wonder now how you guys will proceed.
I do have a random question. Because I don't know if it was asked because I was gone for a majority of that session because thingies. With the fuck up being removed, for anyone who has like tier, like they're at an upper tier of their ability, do they go down a tier?
Nope.
Hell yeah! Sick! Alright, cool, sorry. I was just really wanted to make sure.
That one's important.
I will keep that in mind as I hop in a puddle.
As you what?
Hop in a puddle. Unstoppable fish.
Unstoppable. So, you guys made it back to your caravan. It doesn't feel as... How do I put this? It doesn't feel as deafeningly silent this time around.
Yippee!
As you guys were making your way to Aristos, there was a distinct lack of forest noise. The air almost felt heavy and thick. You couldn't tell if it was your own hesitations or if it was something altering the area. But now that your meeting is concluded with Aristos, you hear bird songs again in the forest. You feel the wind on your skin. And you guys are back in your caravan. I want to say it's evening. What do you guys do?
That's a damn good question.
Pin and Cece are in their little blankie fort upstairs. Jonas is driving.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what Ash and Dane would do. But we did leave the wizards together, so find out next time.
I thought the wizards went to bed.
I think I remember Ash. I think going to bed.
Yeah.
Ash has a
he was-
curfew. He's an old man.
He was old man, like huffy.
I'm
and went to
also-
bed.
I'm also
Deeply traumatized. I don't think this is old man sleep. I don't think this is old man sleep. I think this is I have really bad nightmare sleep and will for a while.
Yeah, what's that?
Right?
Hopefully, people can't hear me eating a salad.
CC
We
had things
can't, but I know
I'm
you
not
have
going to do them because that would imply having to use brain soup.
Sorry,
Because it
what
was
was
going to
that?
be sending.
Oh, yes, okay.
There was because CC was like wanted to send it to a few people. It was the end of the night before going to bed since he has the slots available. However, like you said, brain is soup. So I was like, we'll save that for another time because
Fair.
it's mostly just update on like twins and asking the boy Tricky if any word about anything basically.
Ooh, I will confess, I have not written a follow-up on the twins. I do apologize, I keep forgetting about that. If you want to DM me about it, I will do my best to remember to do so over the next few days. Because that is something you guys are probably long overdue on an update for.
Let me do that. I'll do that. That way, while it's fresh in my brain, because otherwise I will forget after the session.
Yes. Why does the map have the stinky zone on it? What's that?
Where is the stinky zone? That would be where Valtoria was, or part of where Valtoria was.
That's why it's stinky.
Hence, that's where the Timber Shadows were headed. That's where, at last knowledge, the Emerald Murder crew are
the smelly
stinking up the place. So that's probably Tyrandil, making it stinky.
The doo-doo domain. Got it.
Oh my god. Alright, so if no one is doing anything in the evening,
Yes, not particularly.
I know that there was discussion last time about whether or not you guys are going to be taking the teleportation stations, or if you guys are going to take the long way to Kelpsa. And I did inform you it was going to be like 8 weeks or something of travel to get to Kelpsa.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And we
just
decided
about.
we couldn't supply for that, among other things.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I want out of the tutorial. Please let me out.
We also assumed that we should be fine to pass any TSA inspections.
Theoretically.
Good, the key component.
We've got people with false passports. There's no illegal immigration happening here.
A wonderful face of makeup and wig on, or not wig, hair dye. That way they can't even be magicked out of their disguise.
True. All right. So, for the sake of brevity, I'm going to say that you guys do not pass go, and you do not go to Einsborough. And
okay.
you go straight to the teleportation pad on the outskirts of Einsborough. You go to Devcast and fork up a number of gold to take the teleportation pad to Kelpsa. Number of gold, I do not have the number for, so I'm just going to come up with it on the spot and say it's going to take 10 gold to get you all to Kelpsa.
Okay. 1 sec. Can I help?
Cece looks to
David?
Jonas like, I'm bored. Please don't give me money.
Do you have any money?
I got bank.
I assume it's 10 for the whole group. It's not 10.
Yeah, I will pay in full.
Am I
I could-
frugal?
Okay.
Oh, are you paying the whole
Pull
thing?
out 1 platinum piece.
I mean, I've got 10 gold and 90 platinum. I may as well.
May as well.
Oh. 90?
Yeah.
The fish is rolling in it.
Some people have kept their platinum, surprisingly.
I mean, the purpose of me keeping the platinum was I was gonna do the caravan and the key.
Easy.
I'm still doing the key. That's
7 platinum.
priority 1.
I had a lot. What the fuck?
He's priority 1, and then I guess if we get lucky, see if we could trade in caravan/mech for magical
I
caravan.
don't know.
I think Jonas
Maybe
is on us.
maybe while our party was breaking into the study, your boyfriend was breaking into your wallet.
That's crazy.
Unlikely. Fucking unlikely. Actually.
How else does he fund his bug collection?
Go with the key, the Magnificent Mansion key.
Mm-hmm.
Are we able to create the mansion that we desire,
Mhm.
or is it
It's
like a
from it's from my
Do we open
it's
it and
from
it's
my
like is it like a Holiday Inn? Okay.
yeah no.
So
The owner of the key creates the space within using fragments of memories and stuff.
Okay.
Hmm.
you
All right.
guys got it.
Well,
Sweet.
right. I wasn't sure if the key had like its own sort of situation. Like imagine if it was a special like cheaper version and it was literally just like a Motel 6. I was like, oh man, this is a generated room out of stardust and moonlight. Why does
I
it have
can't believe they
stains?
generated my bedroom.
Why are they stains on the bed? What the hell has been in this room?
Why would there be
Um,
stains?
That's a great question.
I would there.
So this is a conversation that never got to happen because things were moving 100 miles a minute.
Yeah.
I think at some point during this travel, Jonas does sit down with CC and
Yes, you guys have that combo.
okay. Frank, you alive?
Mhm.
Yeah, I'm alive. Sorry, I was checking on something. Down for the sorry, I was checking on something because I realized with the whole us getting rid of magic, I was like, wait a minute, Mordecai's man, what school of magic is that? Because God
Yeah,
forbid
don't
we
worry.
get rid of that magic when we opens the key. Fuck, wait a minute.
Wait.
Wait. So you'll probably see CC making like a little bit of like a little post with some butter or something. Or no, Jonas, you're driving most of the stuff, so CC will probably just be outside up top with you, probably trying to keep a
Okay.
lookout because we have the highest looky-loos.
So I think at some point you're just sort of quietly sitting next to them, traveling along, and Jonas gets this sort of light bulb above their head. Not physically, obviously. Oh, I forgot to mention. I spoke with my boss a little while ago. We all got caught up in things. Lily is safe and well. They weren't really willing to give me much more information on that, but I thought I'd check in for you.
Thanks for that.
I don't
Yeah.
think they're doing too hot mentally, but they are.
Well, I mean, they did see one of their I would assume their friend, they would consider a friend, disintegrated in front of them, kind of gonna leave a toll on anybody. Yeah, I tried. I think I've tried like once or twice to at least send, be like, hey, sorry again. I promise that wasn't the goal. Um,
Ooh,
and
yeah.
I don't know. I just hope they're doing all right. I know they wanted to see snow. Hopefully they didn't burn my jacket because one, I really did like that jacket, even if I have a new one now. Um, but the jacket would help a lot during colder weather.
Unfortunately, for bosses, bit stingy with information.
Considering
But I
everything
can
you've said
confirm,
about your boss,
they are alive
that's
and
more
doing
information
their
than I
own
thought
thing.
he'd give you. So, considering everything you've told me about your boss, which I'm fine never meeting at this point, um, I'm surprised that they gave you any information. If I'm being completely honest,
I've got
how
excellent fishy charm. I could get anything out of anyone.
the press X to doubt just all over Cece's face, and then immediately wipes it away, just like, no, Jonas, I believe you 100%. Especially if I was especially if like we were in the ocean, no one else I would trust.
I wouldn't drown
Oh.
you for fun. Smile.
I don't like the fact that you said for fun, because that implies that there's other reasons. But no, we'll take. Did your discussion with your boss give anything else? Again, I appreciate trying to find out about a little bit more about our mutual friends, but anything else that you asked that they gave any information on? Any tidal ways I should be worrying about if we're going towards a ghost?
No, not really. Just evidently they're not a big fan of our current employer.
I mean, I don't know how it is with your contract, but it does feel very. But if I had to think about it, it does feel a lot like a hostile takeover type of situation. But with the union, but with like more union like input.
Okay, to be fully candid for a moment, when we were talking to Aristos,
Mhm.
and it offered me a change of pact, I did not decline out of a comfort in the devil I know. Shocker, I lie to gods. It's becoming a habit. I am mildly concerned that if I were to take up this offer, I would probably starve to death in a couple of days.
Random question over table. Have you had like anything to eat since we started this trip?
Yeah. It doesn't nourish me anymore. It used to.
So, what do you mean okay, what do you mean in a few days? What would happen in a few days?
I'll put it this way. When I first started this pact, I ate mortal food. That was how I survived. Like a
Already
normal
don't like where this is
fucking
going.
person.
Okay.
In the scans that our friend Damien has done, that sort of digestive tract is, at this point, rather atrophied. I don't gain any nourishment from eating. I have to consume fear through my pact. It's not pleasant, but it's what I do. You may have noticed several of our companions having not great nightmares. That was probably me.
So, I wouldn't say it was you. I would say it's more your boss trying to kickstart you getting some sustenance. Because I'm assuming if you don't have fear, then you
If I don't
aren't
eat, then
at
I
100%.
well, then I do what any mortal that doesn't eat does.
Perish. Understood. Okay.
I don't know if Aristos is at a point where they can fix that about. And if I weren't able to eat through my pact, then I don't know if I would be able to eat at all.
I mean, did you ask if that was? Because I'm assuming also, is the when you talk to Aristos, is it just you and Aristos? Because I know that's how it was for me, but again, I don't have another pact with another god. Because I was going to ask if you asked Aristos about this, but I feel like if the other god was there, that would be kind of one of those. Maybe I shouldn't ask this. I don't want to be asking, "Hey, would this give me a pay raise?" in front of my current boss. I mean,
I should have
it's
asked. I should have asked. There was a lot going on. Frankly,
that's fair.
with the arguments that were happening, I just didn't want to get us all killed.
Yeah, that seems to be a really common theme with any time half of us start a conversation. We really need to get better about that. But, well, understandable then that you would at least stay with. Like you said, it wasn't because it's the devil you know, but the devil you know, at least you know that you're going to find some way to stay nourished and not perish. Although I wonder the like vitamins and you know what? I don't need to know. It's fine. Um
Jonas takes out of his pouch a small. It looks like a glass coin. Hollow, and inside you see this swirling light blue mist. He turning it over in his hands, you see on one side a marking that very much resembles the waves on his wrist, is mark from Aristos. On the other side of the coin, you see sort of like the heads of a normal coin, but it's Asherim's head.
ah
I don't even know what the nightmare was about. It's just
one that your
when
boss
someone
started.
when I cause fear, I get one of these.
So I do want to make kind of confirm. Is it because for the time we've been together, you don't strike me as the type of person who's basically going around and, for lack of better terminology, nightmare, nightmare, nightmare. Um,
No, I try not.
but but I'm assuming there's from the little bit you've told me about your paws, they seem, how do I put this delicately? Kind of like an asshole in terms of wanting to make sure to like put the fear of them into the party if they decide to mess with them, I'm assuming.
To be fully
Because
honest, you're the only person I've managed to keep out of this mess so far.
yeah.
I've
Well,
got coins for all of you, except you.
I appreciate it if he stays out of my dreams, but you know what? I'd be honored to be a coin. Um, but I don't. I feel like yes. Is it something that is centered on you? Sure, but it's not something that you're going out of your way to cause. Like I'm sure that
Not yet.
when we're in combat and you because we've seen this happen. Because Hex is it's not Hex Jonas has used the coin before in combat, right?
Yeah, he used them against.
Does everyone else see it or just the person?
What you literally saw was Jonas took out a coin and stuffed it in the mouth of his hand.
Ah.
And like visibly, you watch this sort of or this torpor take over. I think the only creature you've seen him use it against was the that plant necromancer thing.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, like, I don't know what happens when you cause fear. I mean, I feel like I've seen you at least try to use it before, though, because you fed your hand a lot of things, which is not a sentence I think I would ever say. But,
I try not to think about it.
yeah, but you obviously, like, the coins play an effect of, like, one, they keep you satiated, and two, you are able to use them to an extent that you deem in some way, shape, or form. Am I kind of getting the gist?
They have their uses, yeah. But at the end of the day, if I don't feed my patron, it will feed on me. And while for now I can generally skate by on eating the fears of undesirables, sooner or later I will have to hunt.
Hmm. Well, depending on how this goes, we you might have a few different type of people that you could use it on. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky and find not one of the higher ups from from those. Ooh, my brain forgot.
Yo, those arbiters need a good
Yeah,
fucking
the arbiters.
chomping.
Yeah, it's like maybe we find one that isn't one of the like super high ups, and then it's. I mean, Ashram already knows that it seems to be an amulet that causes it, so you take that off, and then they're just kind of normal and free food. It's a
as
buffet.
as normal as magic that isn't magic can be. But yes, I get it.
Yeah, but I understand what you're. I believe I understand what you're kind of letting me know, and I appreciate it. But also, whatever happens, God forbid I turn into a coin. I mean, I'm not gonna hold it against you. It unless you purposely come up to me and say and basically cause me to fear you for some reason. I might deserve it depending on what I do, which is very fair. But I'd appreciate at least letting me know before it happens. But otherwise, I mean, if
Look,
your
if I'm
boss decides to scare the caravan and put us in a haunted house, that's not your fault. That's just your boss being like, the boy's gotta eat, and he doesn't want to feed himself. So now I'm gonna torture him and the rest of his party because it makes me laugh and it keeps him fed. And it's a win-win for your boss.
oh my god, they're a disappointed parent. Okay. Um,
Are they?
if I ever intentionally use fear magics or something on you, you will know. And I don't know. If I need a willing donor, I will be sure to ask.
I was about to say, I was going to say, if you need it, I'd rather you be fed and me be scared for an hour or so than you waste away because the cooking, it doesn't satiate you. Because unfortunately, I don't really know how to use fear as a cooking ingredient. That's a new one for me.
We can learn together. or we can avoid learning it at all. All right. Long road ahead. Driving.
Yep, let's get the hell out of this forest, and God, please hope that we never have to return.
All right. So,
Sorry about that. I had no idea how to
segue.
continue.
Yeah.
Steer the conversation.
Just love the idea that the ravenous just thinks that you're a giant hairless cat that can't feed itself, you know?
Yes.
Just leaving rats
It's
in
the
your
cat
bed, you
bringing
know?
me- it's just the cat bringing me roaches, teaching me how to hunt.
You almost get one boiga, and that solves him completely. It cures everything.
Oh,
Just
I'm
Yeah,
one
you-
double cheeseburger with all the fixins
I'm going
with fries.
one-
grocery shopping
One
That's
tomorrow,
it.
so I get
and
a
like
Boyko.
my entire pact is dissolved.
Heck yeah!
All
Heck
right.
yeah!
So. The 10 gold was paid.
And goes.
Yes.
Perfect. Where is... Yeah, we'll just use this music.
Cat, please stop chewing on my cords.
No, we'll use this music. Alright.
I also love.
Go ahead.
Go ahead, sorry. No, fine. Nothing. It was gonna be just a side comment. It doesn't matter.
Okay. Ooh, I get to drop the Kelpsa Pinterest board.
Oh, I've already seen it.
Well, yes,
It's
you've already
very
seen it
good.
because you're from there, and so are a number of people here, but not everybody has seen it.
Yes.
I want to see Magic Kingdom. I don't get to live there.
Second, my computer is running painfully slow at the moment.
While you do that, I just want to say two quick things while we are traveling. Very small, very fast. I promise. No real role play. Ashram is working on two different things depending on the day and time and everything. The first is you see him like trying to spark out fire from his fingertips like Roy Mustang. He is trying to come up with something that's more defensive and that can be used without needing spell slots. So he's trying to remember how... Effectively, he's trying to remember how to do a firebolt, which, once I get a new cantrip, is the spell I'll be taking. So I'm just throwing that in there for a little bit of lore. So you just see him every now and again at night. You hear like a puff of, like almost like an acetylene torch catching, but no actual fire comes out as he's trying to like snap his fingers and throw fire, and it's not really working the way he wants to. I think once he might accidentally throw a fireball because he puts too much stank on it and it just goes flying out. And it's like a chaotic one. It's not like an actual fireball.
Oh, jeez.
Like a proper spell. It's just like a burst of flame.
I'm hoping he's not doing this in the caravan.
Oh no. He's not crazy. He's not crazy. Well, at least not about this. No, he's outside at night once they've stopped for the night or whatever, whenever he has time. And he'll do this. And then the other thing is, he has started trying to animate clay. He is trying to find a way to infuse clay with magic in a way that could hold spells. And this will come up many hours from now, but the idea is that he's determined that clay might be a good medium to hold a spell for a long amount of time because of research and stuff, and so he's trying to find a way to get it to walk for a little while, and maybe
Are you trying
like
to make a homunculus?
not exactly a homunculus, more just like infuse it with magic in different ways. So like maybe he pops a lightning bolt into it and he throws it across the room and it hits the ground and it explodes out. The idea is he wants to find a way to... This is me working on the Widowghast's transmogrification spell for Pin.
Okay.
Because it requires Pin to be encased in clay for the entire time. And so my logic is, okay, well, clay is a good ingredient for holding, like good worked clay is really good ingredient for holding spells because of like its molecular structure and how like it's moldy, but you can also break it down and harden it. And so those are the two things he's working on right now, is just when he's not in the caravan, he's not really talking to anyone. He's just very deep in his own spell work at this point.
Okay.
For all the good that's gonna do us. We'll see.
Okay. Sounds good. Was there anything else before we moved on to Kelpsa proper? Okay.
Oh, good.
Sounds good. You guys have already teleported in the caravan a number of times, so when the veil of shimmering magic aura goes up and you get that moment of weightlessness before eventually the wheels of the caravan find the ground once more, causing the whole structure to creak and shake, as you guys are again familiar with, the veil comes down, and for some of you, this is a familiar sight. You are in this large, pristine, almost uncomfortably clean-looking building. Above you, the sun pours in from a brilliant blue sky through this glass dome roof. You see around you the hustle and bustle of other people shipping large containers, probably full of imports and exports, as they are on other various teleportation pads, disappearing and coming in. And for those who are native to Kelpsa, you do know that this is one of the largest ways that they actually do their exports and imports. Your guys' caravan is approached by a rune knight, somebody in impressive looking, brilliant armor with runes and gems slotted in throughout. Some of you are aware of what this armor does, but many of you are not. You hear a voice from beyond the helmeted figure, a feminine voice, asking for you all to come out of the caravan and to get ready to be screened.
I mean, yeah, that Damien has no real. Well, granted, he has some reservations, but he doesn't think he'll come up.
What?
So yeah, he more or less gets his stuff ready, and I get ready to hand over my papers.
Okay.
What does the armor do?
That is a good question as well.
Okomie?
DM you, D, because I think you're the only one who might be intimately familiar with what it does.
Okomie and Marilia of the hit stream Okomie Plays. That's not your stream title. I think it's literally just Okomie, isn't it? Yeah, it is. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's not great, but you know, we thrive.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, sure.
Armed with that information. Actually, Jonas might also know.
He's definitely seen them before because worked in shipping.
Jonas
I don't know if he's familiar with the mechanics behind it.
Jonas is such a magical being. He takes 2 steps towards the guy and just gets sucked in. That fucking ghost trap from fucking Ghostbusters.
Alright, relevant information has been sent out. Alright, so you all stand outside the caravan?
Yeah, I think I'm gonna put my keep my spell book off of me currently.
Okay.
And just keep it in the caravan in a bag.
Alright.
I should put, none of this stuff has my name on it. Like, I don't have a 3-ring binder that just says, you know,
Ashram Bar, yeah, I get you.
Ashram Bar's diary, don't look TV or anything like that.
Quick question, Ash. You remember your fake identity, right?
I sure have it written on my character sheet, so of course I do.
Okay, thank God.
Alright.
I think.
You really.
Pin has not confirmed whether or not they're getting out of the caravan.
I thought that was a given.
Okay, cool. Just wanted to make sure. And Jonas, I don't know if I've heard you say anything.
I suspect he's quite happy to line up.
Cool. The Rune Knight approaches as you guys are lined up on the teleportation pad just outside of your caravan. And starting with, I'm just going to assume CC's on one of the ends. Starting with CC, she will approach and request papers and documentation.
CC hands his paperwork over, which is fine. There's nothing else. And then also we'll hand over Hin's documentation with all the stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah.
I'm going to assume Pin's next to you. So she will look over your paperwork, and then look to Pin. Oh, that's pretty advanced for the last ones I've seen coming out of DevCast. Well, and it's registered to you?
Correct.
Okay, understood. Moving over to Damien, asking for documentations and papers. Papers and documentation. Damien?
Daniel?
Damien?
I forgot I clicked the button.
It happens, dude.
But no, Damien assembles his documents pertaining to his personal identification, his certification as a recognized Death Shepherd, and basically the mark of identification for the flock member he is responsible for.
Understood. The Rune Knight will look over your documentation, note that you are a Death Shepherd, and look to your flock member and just sort of, I normally see your kind with a lot more of these.
Yes, well, I'm still learning some of the ins and outs of the more practical aspects of the field. So,
An
for right
apprentice still,
now,
then.
More or less, yes.
Where is your mentor?
Well, dead.
Oh.
I give a plain and flat look to the individual. No particular emotion on my face. Does that about summarize it?
Yeah, that feels pretty summarized. I assume that you are meeting with somebody here, then?
More or less. I've already made contact with the Death Shepherds, and we already have plans in motion. For the time being, I'm going to be accompanying the people here. It's still a part of my contract.
Understood. And she'll hand your papers back. Ashram.
Yeah. Ashram will just sort of walk up and hand papers over, try to look as bored as possible, like this is, like he's from here and this is just something he has to do to get into the city.
Okay. Give me 2 moments. Gotta make a little roll. Okay. What's the name on your documentation again?
Barlow Markov.
Forgot about that.
Yeah.
She'll look over your documentation and then look up to you for a moment. Barlow Markov. And what is your purpose for entering Kelpsa?
Oh, shit. Oh, we would have thought of this ahead of time. Hang on.
We said we were here to meet with a collector.
Here to do a bit of trading. Shopping, if you will. I miss the food. Smile.
So you've been here before?
Yes. I lived in the city for a number of years, but I was out doing some research.
And, Barlow, what is your birth date on your documentation?
Is Oko asking me, or is the guy, the woman at the fucking thing asking me? Asking Ashram?
Anyone with more than a lukewarm, passive insight knows exactly what's going on.
Well, Ashram has... Ashram has keen mind, so Ashram would know. Ashram would just know. Ashram would know what's on the document.
Ooh,
I'll just say,
good point.
I'll give it and just be like, is there a problem, officer? And in kind of like I'm a citizen here. I was born here, and I don't appreciate the third degree. You know, kind of give him a little bit of sass to like make it back.
Roll me a persuasion or deception, whichever's higher.
I'm not good at persuasion or deception. I don't think I'm not as smart. I'm smart, but I'm not charismatic. Did y'all know that Ashram was not very charismatic?
Never could have guessed.
She said persuasion or deception.
Yeah, persuasion or deception, whichever is higher.
+1. Hey Mio, can you get that roll on?
Let
standby?
Mio. Ooh! That's a nat
I don't
one.
think that D10's gonna help.
I don't think that
much,
D10's gonna
homie.
help, buddy.
Step aside.
So now's a good time to
Someone.
remind folks.
Could we?
Yeah, go ahead.
No, you can finish.
Now's a good time to remind folks that you can use channel points to get people to roll with advantage.
Is this where I use my channel points?
Alright,
Do you want to go
Frank
to
has
jail?
Frank has used it.
Frank.
Roll again.
Frank.
I will use
you.
all
Yeah.
my channel points until you fucking pass it, so help me God.
I kith. Thank you, Frank. Oh.
I want to stay the fuck out of prison.
My goodness.
All right, let's try deception again. Maybe that's better. They're the same number, just so you're aware. Okay. That's a 12. That's a 12. That's better than it. That's higher than 50%. That's pretty good.
Why did I not bardic us before we teleported? Oh.
You can sort of tell that this rune knight is sort of grilling you. There's something about you that strikes them as familiar. But you're not quite sure what. And with your keen mind, you're able to accurately parrot the information that is on your fake documentation, something that you've studied during your travels up to Kelpsa for this very instance.
Mm-hmm.
You have a feeling that that is what saved you in this, as the rune knight eventually, after a long pause, hands you back your documentation and moves on to Jonas.
Okay. I think, Ashram's just like, they asked for my birth date, and I just rattle off, like, my birth date is this, I'm from this province of Kelpsa in this location, my ID number is ba 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 ba. Am I being detained? Thank you. I will take my documentation back, and I will be into the city. I appreciate that. And then I walk off.
Yeah. And Jonas, you are expected to present your documentation and papers.
Hands over his ID, his papers. Jonas Alderson, bosun of the trading vessel.
Okay. The Rude Knight will read over the documentation. A bosun traveling via teleportation station?
My ship sank.
Oh, my condolences. All right. Well, here's hopes for better seas, friend. And they'll hand your documentation back.
Thank you.
And
I don't suppose you found it.
That is not under my purview. I'm stationed here. If you ask around
Do
the
you
docks,
know
they
who I
might.
can speak to?
If you ask around the docks, if you look for the dock master, they might know a little bit more.
Awesome, thank you.
And eventually the Rune Knight will step off the teleportation pad, and as they do so, you guys, being as nervous as you are, didn't notice this immediately, but when the Rune Knight had stepped on the teleportation pad, the runes stopped glowing. And once they step off, the runes begin to glow again. And then they gesture for you to move off the teleportation pad.
Guess I'm back to driving.
I do that. I get off the pad. I do that.
Okay.
I am gonna remember just to be safe. I think I said that I did remember this one, but I am specifically going to remember it.
Okay.
so I can draw it later.
Yep.
I think I have that one in the book already, but just in case.
Understood. As you guys leave the teleportation station, as you guys are actually out into Kelpsa proper, you get hit with the delightful scent of fresh salt sea air. You see and hear a medley of seagulls and other birds flying overhead. You're met with the thick, bustling population, the melding pot that is Kelpsa, the port city. The clothing here, the equipment here, the day-to-day extravagance here is far different than anything you guys have seen in DevCast. People here, you see commoners moving things with mage hand. You see magic in every aspect of the day-to-day life here. You see people on the streets performing tricks for kids with minor illusion. This is just... Oh, sorry, the Roll20 music looks very loud on my stuff here, so hopefully it wasn't too loud. Magic is in every single part of people's lives here. And for those who've never been in Kelpsa, especially as adults, looking at you, Damien, you guys see these large, white, obelisk-like pillars, sort of intermittent throughout the streets. And on those pillars, you see an illusion cast of Ashram's face. As you guys hear projected from those obelisks, good evening. It's been nearly 6 months since the shocking incident at the prestigious Locksmith Institute of the Arcane, where former Professor Ashram Var unleashed a Balgura demon during a live summoning lecture, resulting in multiple injuries and deaths of 4 students who were later revivified through emergency magical intervention. To this day, Ashram Var remains at large, despite exhaustive scrying attempts and sweeps, and led pursuits by Rune Knights. There has still been no confirmed sightings of the fugitive Archmage. Authorities are urging the public to remain vigilant and to report any information, no matter how small, to the Rune Knights immediately. Citizens are warned not to engage or approach Var under any circumstance, as he's considered extremely dangerous. We have a quote from the headmaster of the Locksmith Institute of the Arcane, Headmaster Corlin. The Locksmith Institute has issued a formal statement, has issued a formal statement from the High Council reassuring parents, students, and the Arcane stakeholders of the school's renewed safety efforts. She states, "We grieve the trauma of this situation and its students have endured. In response, we have reinforced our protective enchantments, revised summoning curriculum protocols, and have installed new fail-safe containment measures. We remain committed to the safe, ethical, and oh my god, I'm so sorry, guys. I suck at reading out loud. We remain committed to the safe, ethical advancement of arcane education. While the search from Ashram Var continues, the council urges calm cooperation. A citywide reward remains active for the information leading to Var's capture. For now, stay safe, and remember, magic, like power, must be wielded responsibly. This is Helena Voss, signing off. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say, like, Damien, as this goes on, fights the urge to stare directly at Ashram. With just the whole revelation. Not in, like, an accusatory way of just kind of like, oh, okay. This is gonna be more complicated than we let on.
Mm-hmm.
What did they say it was?
A Bulgara.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, look, okay, listen. Okay. It wasn't on purpose. I got a little too... Okay, listen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's pretty much exactly what they said. I can't really, I mean, what do you want me to say? You all already knew this. I can't...
Well, yeah, I'm not going to lie. I wasn't expecting them to just have that, the kind of
Yeah.
emotions towards the pillars. Front page news.
Yeah, I didn't. I kind of figured it might have died down a little bit by now. I wasn't really expecting a news update.
Oh, come on, you're the most fun they've had in years.
Probably, yeah. Damien just kind of droops a little bit,
It'll be,
and
we'll be
acknowledging.
fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. We knew what we were getting into when we got here. We were able to get through the door, no problem. Who's even gonna recognize me? You did a wonderful job, Cece. They didn't recognize me there. We're fine.
I don't know.
It
That
is
that
We
might
got
look
through
really
with no
suspect
problem.
of you for a moment.
Jonas is gonna shoot a look of CC, saying, "You best have that silent spell on speed dial."
Oh, it's just immediately like nodding, like yeah.
It's no, we're obviously like we're in the caravan, aren't we? I thought. With this
Yeah,
conversation,
I am
Are we?
just giving him the look.
Okay.
Also, I will say, as that's happening, and Cece's probably gonna do like this kind of nervous thing that he's started since coming back from Aristos, because like now that they have a little bit more freedom, they're trying not to use it, but like he's basically rubbing his throat, worried about like if he's going to have to use it already. Of using his ability again, and that's just going to be like a nervous thing he's doing now.
Listen, we're gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. We just have to keep on what we're doing. We got this.
We have not said a word about where we are going, but Jonas is navigating with purpose.
I have a feeling I know where he's going. I need to pull up them notes.
I was going to say, unfortunately, I can't locate object to see if there's a place that sells a key. So
Why don't we stop?
I know where
We get some proper seaside cuisine for a change, huh?
That's exactly where we're going.
Let's get some good food. Do you want to?
Can we also go to a bank and greet bills?
I have a couple of really nice places that we could eat at.
Jonas just like finger to mouth on Ashram. I have a mother.
Okay, but
I'm just imagining the side eye. I know where we're going. You don't get to make decisions.
the feminine urge to bite your finger off for putting it in my face. Okay, if we want to go eat at your mom's, that's fine too.
Come on, she owns a bar.
I mean, you can't really go wrong with home cooking. I
True.
am famished.
Just whatever you do, don't have the casserole.
Is it why?
Damien quirks an eyebrow, but
Because now I
nods.
kind of want the casserole. I'm curious.
I mean, probably not a good idea.
We'll get to it.
Okay.
I'm just reading through the little write-up you did, so I'm just making sure I've got all my shit in order. It is difficult navigating some of these busier streets with how wide the caravan is.
Oh yeah,
and
we got
the mechanical ox. You guys, those who are on the outside of the caravan, so like Jonas, who's navigating it, and if anyone's on the bench with him, you will see people frequently sort of like jump out of the way and give you all odd looks. You can tell that there's sort of an artistic standard, a beautiful craft to the magic items that are available here, and those who have lived in Kelpsa definitely know and recognize that. So seeing the more, we'll call it rustic
we got
charms
places to be.
of the ox and the caravan definitely garners you all a few stares, especially considering, correct me if I'm wrong, you guys only have the one ox still, yeah?
Yeah.
You guys are piloting a bunch of patchwork through the streets right now. But It does take you a little bit to get to the docks, but eventually you do make it there. And Jonas, I'm assuming, parks out front of his mother's restaurant.
Probably. I don't imagine she has some kind. I don't imagine she has like a proper drive.
No, not on the docks. It's pretty much just a bunch of buildings nestled tightly against each other. Very little ways very little room in the ways of alleyways. A lot of these buildings are literally joined by their walls. On the wide docks, you guys again do see a lot of other transport vehicles of various styles. Some things are a little more akin to what you guys are currently piloting and navigating. There's a lot of dock workers, a lot of people moving on and off of ships. You see an impressive array of ships as well, of all varying sizes. But I think one of the ones that would probably catch your guys' eye, in this timeline, I'm going to say that the Phoenix Feather is not there yet. We're not there at the moment, I should probably say. What was the name of that ship? Sorry guys, I have so many fucking notes.
Take your time, homie.
Yes.
You're only human and you're doing the work of the computer.
Yep.
Do it faster.
Do you faster.
What? Hang on. I did. How about that? Isn't there someone you forgot to ask?
The Raven does not consent.
Well, I was gonna say Jer, but if the Raven is the one we have to worry about, then we have to have a conversation about that.
There we go. You guys, here's my notes on it. Bustling waterfront district. Your attention is drawn to a particular ship moored among the others. This vessel stands out with its unassuming exterior looking like a modest cargo ship with the name Siren's Whim. That is parked, I'll say close-ish to your mother's establishment. But as you guys stop and the caravan sort of lurches for a moment, you hear the creaking and groaning of the docks underneath, supporting the weight of the caravan and the mechanical bull. You guys look out to see to your left a shop by the name of Siren's Silence. Ash, you would have heard this shop's name. It was popular amongst your students.
I see. This was popular amongst my students. I bet it's good.
Jesus Christ.
You can't tell, but I have a big grin on my face.
I'm not seeing a physical description for the shop.
Oh,
I'm seeing descriptions of the beverages.
Have I just never been here before?
It is entirely possible that it was beneath your palate by the time it was made.
That's fair.
You are a little bit of an old man.
bit of a snob.
I
I
fucking knew it!
I wouldn't say snob.
Ash was gonna take us to Denny's.
I was gonna take us to Denny. What the fuck? I have a nice little bistro. There's a nice little bistro around the corner that
A nice little bistro where you are certain to get recognized.
that serves chicken noodle soup. It's very tasty. And you can get mango smoothies, and you can gab with all your girlfriends.
Sounds like a good time.
Yeah.
Sounds like a place where Ash would easily get recognized.
Nah.
That's what I'm saying.
It's fine. I don't look anything like I did then. 'Cause
So over
Your voice is unchanged.
You don't know that? You have no idea what my voice used to be.
Jonas's mom's place.
Over table, yes. Anyway, Jonas is in the process of putting on some white shoulder-length gloves in order to hide his unfriendly arm.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so welcome to Kelpsa. It's a dump. I don't plan on staying here any longer than we have
Hey!
to, but
Hey,
it's a very shiny dump. Look, anyway, I haven't seen my mother in a couple of months. For all she knows, I'm probably dead. So I'm gonna ask we handle this with a little bit of elegance.
Don't mention Aristos. I'm assuming don't mention the arm. Do you want to mention? I don't know if there's anything else that I would know not to mention at this point.
just kick open the door. What up, bitch? The prodigal son returns and he's hungry.
Oh, CC will probably also be like, also, I'm assuming don't mention, and then like flips like a silver coin and be like, I got it.
I'm just waiting for a reply from Hex there, just to... Before I get into these.
Not freaking ready, dude. Also, yeah, more or less for most of this, Damien's just kind of been taking in the sights of Kelpsa.
Oh, because this is your first time here as an adult, yeah.
Yeah, he takes it in with a fair amount of skepticism and unhelping, wrong word. Unfortunately, habitual wizard curiosity. As he cannot help but, granted knowing some of the lengths that the people behind these products may have gone to achieve these feats, appreciate the design and complexity of a lot of these devices. Which is a very complex feeling for him that he is silently mulling over to himself. But if you were to look at him, his expression would be something similar to Marge Simpson's face of concern. The almost barely on his lip.
Alright, so yeah, just to clarify, it does not look like I've received a description of the interior. Sure. I'm gonna have to come up with that off the top of my head. As you guys approach the...
It is very much just like a pub.
Okay. Did you want to come up with a description on the spot?
Oh, I'm not nearly awake enough, I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Picture a pirate-themed Denny's, if you will.
Wasn't that in Dodgeball?
Picture a pirate-themed Denny's. That's what we're rocking.
Alright, so as you guys walk into the Siren's Silence, you see on either side of this modestly large room rows of booths and tables. This is almost giving you sort of a younger vibe pub situation. There are some errant tables with only 2 chairs at them, but they're nowhere near as prevalent as, again, the booths and the tables. Along the back wall, you see a series of shelves and bottles and jars, all kept on the shelves embedded into the wall behind a figure standing behind the bar, the counter proper itself. Her back is facing the door. As you open the door, a small bell rings, denoting customers that have arrived. And that figure turns around. You see a woman an older looking woman, with copper-like hair and green tinted skin. Her ears are elongated, noting to you all that she is of elven heritage. She does not look like Jonas at all. However,
No.
as her copper-like eyes sort of settle amongst the group, half between a greeting, she falls silent as her hands lower. And after taking a moment to process, she quickly flips up the door to the bar, and rushes out from behind it and throws her arms around Jonas.
Oh.
I don't think he says anything. Just very tight hug.
Okay, so you hug back. Good.
Yeah. I will add, he is over a foot taller than when she last saw him.
Okay.
And he has been an adult the whole time.
Yeah, okay. She'll ease back from the hug after giving a final firm squeeze, placing her hands on your shoulders as she looks up to you. Where have you been?
Did Estee not tell you?
No, I haven't seen anybody from your crew. Last I heard, your ship went down.
He should be here. We were... Something attacked us. The ship went down. I was the only one who could breathe.
Well, it's been months. No letter, no word. You better have been in intensive care, and I'm not wishing that on you, but that's the only way you're going to explain the lack of updates.
Where the hell is it? Estee should have made it here. There was a kid in Einsborough. I sent. He didn't have teleportation, so I suppose he wouldn't have made it here. Oh.
What are you talking about, Jonas? Okay, hold on. I might be coming on a little too strong. Are these people with you?
Yeah, they got me out of a tight spot.
All right.
Damien waves.
You, and she'll point towards Damien. Can you flip my sign around? On the door?
Of course. Damien immediately turns around and flips the sign after spotting it.
She will, with a hand still on Jonas, now moved towards his back, she will then outreach her arm and sort of gesture for you all to follow her deeper in. Come in, sit. Yeah. How long have you been traveling? Are you all hungry? Do you need food, drinks?
Absolutely. It would be great.
I mean, yeah, Damien looks to Jonas for kind of permission here, kind of letting him set the lead. Yeah, with no prompt, he's gonna... I'm just saying, if Jonas doesn't prompt any kind of response or anything, then he does look over and he says, "Yes, I would famish, and I would love some tea."
Okay. We can definitely do some tea. Trying to think what to serve all of you.
Do you have any fresh oranges?
I
am
have a
dying.
delightful fruit juice, freshly squeezed with a little bit of something extra to it. How does that
Just
sound?
hands in the air. Yes.
All right, come on, sit all up at the bar, everyone. And she'll gesture you to the bar. She'll make her way back around it. And not even skipping a beat, going through the motions as she likely has for a number of years here. You watch as she grabs already half-cut fruit from a container behind the bar, and she starts putting them into a press and starts expressing the fruit juices out, putting them into a shaker, adding ice cubes, adding a little something extra, and then shaking everything up. And she's maintaining eye contact with all of you as she's doing this. Like, she's well practiced with this. Eventually, once all of that is done, she will set up a series of glasses in front of all of you with grace and elegance before eventually popping the top off the shaker and moving that drink between all of the glasses in front of you. That cup did not contain that much liquid, but it fills all of the glasses in front of you.
Ashram is very quiet and like nodding as like, yep, I've seen that before. But like in his head, he's like, yes, we're back, baby.
The juice itself is orange in color. You guys did see a number of orange-colored fruits that did go into it, along with apples and strawberries and maybe a little kiwi. As you all begin to drink this delightful juice in front of you, you can taste notes of mango and papaya, orange and strawberry. It is refreshing, and your body almost feels rejuvenated, revitalized. You feel the aches and pains of travel almost melt away.
My goodness, ma'am, this is delicious. Thank you.
Transmogrification in the mix. I love that.
I was going to ask if this was a cocktail, but I don't think that's the case. But whatever it is, this is delicious. I was just gonna have water.
No alcohol in this, unless you want something.
No, I'm okay. I immediately just fear. No, this and water is totally fine.
I think Pin, like after like shotgunning their cup of juice, like slams the glass down like a little bit too hard, and it kind of like cracks a little bit, and they sort of just like look around awkwardly, and then do like a little sorry.
Well, that's not a worry, and you watch as she extends her fingers out towards the glass, and as she does so, she runs one of the fingers over the rim of the glass, and you almost see for a split second, some sort of copper illumination go down the glass, and you watch as the crack repairs.
I really have to learn how to do that.
I mean, you spend years serving drunken sailors. You're gonna pick it up eventually.
Yeah, simple mending, and in Kelpsa, you can buy something like that for pretty cheap.
Very true.
I have more.
Yes, you most certainly can. And you watch as she takes the empty shaker and almost performative for Pin, the child. You watch as she holds it in front of Pin, and from the bottom of the glass, she tiptoes her fingers up the side of the glass. And then eventually, the shaker that you guys know was empty is full of delightfully orange, fruity liquid again, and she pours you another.
Oh my god! They grow a light with childlike whimsy. You notice that their feet are like kicking under the stool.
God.
You be guzzling. Y'all continue.
I mean, yeah, Damien doesn't pass up another glass as he just kind of sits and takes it in, and again has a weird sense of morbid fascination with the ingenuity of Kelpsa.
Yeah, I don't know how many of you are magically inclined here. I mean, mending was something that shocked most of you from what I could tell.
Yeah,
Just need to learn it.
to put it, Damien would be trying, because he could not help himself, to work out what the hell he did just see other than the obvious displays like mending and such.
This shaker set here, probably one of the best investments I ever made, but it memorizes the last beverage it had in it, and it holds on to that until you've put a new beverage in it. And it becomes almost like a ewer of endless water, but for the previous beverage it had.
Oh, power of magic. We love that.
Money-saving investment, honestly.
Sounds like it.
Ashram will pound out his first glass and then just sort of nurse and sip the next one, just savoring it. Oh, I have missed this.
Jonas is like leaning over the bar, like gleeful child, and it keeps the enchantments?
Yes. That did cost me a little extra, but I think it was worth it.
Absolutely. It's not a those are definitely not a dime a dozen. Just for a bit of flavor, because I know you were looking for details for the bar. I like to think that this is over the top of the bar. I put it in OOC. Oh. It's just a sign that says this establishment is a prestidigitation free zone. Don't like your grub, then get out.
I mean, it's Jonas's mother's bar, so I'm gonna let them make the final call on that.
I just figured I would make that up real quick. That's going in a bar that I make at some point. So
it could definitely be in a bar in Kelpsa, but we'll see if it's in this one or not.
Yeah.
So I think the whole point of this bar is that it's magically enhanced beverage, food, and drink.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Also, I will say while everyone's sitting there, like, because Jonas's mom was mentioning like food, Cece's gonna like try to like, I don't know if Cece's like next to Jonas or where the thing is, but like Cece's probably gonna like lean back for a second, like, Jonas, why did you say not to have the casserole again?
Like the casserole is great. It's just in my experience, there's a bit of a whiplash to it.
Well, now
I want to have it even more.
Well, now I want to try the casserole.
I'll put it this way: carrots are great for your eyesight.
Okay.
CC understanding, considering the drink we just had. Got it.
Jonas has been saying that you make a lovely casserole. Can I try some of the casserole, please?
I would be more than happy to get you some of the casserole after I get some names.
Of course. Looking over at Jonas.
Ash basically asking, how cool is your mom?
True.
Like just sort of a side eye at Jonas, like,
And like drinking through their glass, but like also giving Jonas the side eye.
I go by Barlow Markov, ma'am. It's nice to meet you. What was your name again?
Barlow. How?
Yeah.
That's not a common name around here, but that is, I'm not going to assume you're from here. You all may call me Elda.
Thank you.
You post that spelling, please.
Oh.
Like that.
Yep, you got it.
Slay.
Not gonna make anyone try and write her last name.
I'm also going to forward the image that Hex sent me for Elda.
Eddie.
Hmm?
Hell yeah.
Hell yeah.
There you go. All right.
Oh, wow.
Thank
Oh, she's very cute.
Do the rest of you have names, or am I supposed to stand here in suspense?
My name's Cece.
Look, I know we're trying to keep things close to the chest, but we are safe here.
Okay.
He is gesturing that at Asheram.
just got in the city. Are we doing this now?
I don't know.
And I think would shoot like Ashram like a look, and it's like he's spent it says it's a look that says a lot. It's the look of that he gets a lot where it's like, please shut the fuck up.
Let's stick with Barlow for now.
Damien just kind of gives a polite nod of his head and he says, Damien Direct, pleasure to meet you.
Damien, all right. And you said earlier CC, right? Like
Yeah.
the C or like the letters CC? Or like SI.
It's just the letters C and like the letter C. The full name's really long, and I hate having to tell people it because it's really awkward for other people to try to say. So CC just works easier.
All right, I guess I'll have to take your word for it. And the little one here.
If we're good, then they have like a fake name also or no for the papers. Then yeah, after CC introduces themselves and they're prompted, Pin in their typical flat tone, if like this time trying to like put on an intentionally flat voice, let us be like, my name is Pin.
Considering how animated you are when asking for another glass, she'll sort of like raise an eyebrow at you for a moment and just, nice to meet you, Pin.
Now I have more.
More juice.
Yes.
Well, of course, but I think you're missing a magic word first.
Please.
Oh, okay. I can't say no to that. And she'll
Damien cannot help.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, with Pin like actually using manners, Damien's head he cannot stop it from turning and staring for a moment.
It's that like you just hear the grinding noise of stone on stone. It's fucking Astram's head slowly turns to Pin.
They're role playing right now.
Also, okay. So one thing CC, like when Alda says, "I'll just take your word for it," CC's just gonna like, if there's like a bar napkin somewhere, write his full name out and just like, I'm kind of curious at this point, and like slide it over that has his full name. He's like, "You're welcome to try saying it if you want."
Oh boy. But yeah, she will happily pour another glass for Pin once the verbal component has been done. And then she'll look to the note that you've just slid her. Holy Nick.
It's Koina Carwin. So
Koina.
that I understand. Yeah, you understand now why I usually just go by CC.
Yeah, you know what, darling? CC works.
Mm-hmm.
LOL.
It always goes.
All right. Well, little one, have you had enough time to come out of your shell shock there? You gonna finally give me some answers?
Do we have... Can we talk in my room? Assuming it's still...
Well, yeah, I wouldn't have changed your room. I hadn't, gotten that far in the 5 stages of grief yet. But yeah, little one, let's go.
Alright. I will pop up and sort of... It is admittedly vaguely humorous to him that he is taller than his mother at this point.
Yeah, you can tell
So
it's still sort of catching her off guard as she's like, as you again stand and she just you see the faintest glimmer of a, oh, that's right, face. Before eventually she gestures for you to start heading towards the stairs to go upwards to where your guys' living space would have been. I do apologize if you all hear a bell in the background. I have a 10-week-old kitten, and he's picked up one of his toys. Apparently, it's playtime.
That's just other people hitting the door, trying to come in, realizing it's closed.
Yeah,
Bell
yeah.
still jingles a little bit.
Yeah. All right, Jonas, do you want me to pull you into another voice chat to keep this as private as possible?
Probably not.
Okay. So,
I think it's fine out of game. It's just
understood. You guys eventually make it upstairs. You surprisingly have to duck while going up the stairs to avoid hitting your head on the ceiling. As you guys,
I don't think he catches it. I think he's just full autopilot.
Donk!
Absolutely takes himself out.
Perfect. Okay, yeah. So yeah, that little lip that eventually transitions into the floor of the second story, you do end up bumping your head on that, and it's something Elda would not have caught either, and did not have an opportunity to warn you to duck for, because the two of you are just so used to the both of you fitting under that lip. But she'll instantly go to, oh, are you okay?
Whew, not used to that. Look, I had 100 different things rehearsed. But I shouldn't have been the first to arrive. I don't know where the others are.
The others from your crew?
They drowned.
Oh. Then you keep asking if your captain's here. I haven't seen him.
It wasn't an accident.
Was there mutiny or
I
sabotage?
figured the less I say, the safer you are. But essentially, my father has enemies.
Mm-hmm. There's a number of reasons why I tried to keep him from you and vice versa.
Yeah. Unfortunately, that made me easy pickings for some deity or something he trapped.
You sort of see sort of like some breath sort of catch in her chest for a moment.
How do I? I never liked magic as a concept. My own magic, just in general. I will cast Flock of Familiars. We'll have Pathfinder sort of sitting on Jonas's shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
There's no easy way to put this. I'm kind of a warlock now.
You see her body language sort of visibly tense. She already pensively had her arms crossed. But as you admit to being a warlock, you see her idle sway and her body language sort of freeze, as it seems like her muscles almost like freeze up. This thing that attacked your ship, is it the thing you made a pact with?
I had to save them, and I made the wrong deal. I didn't.
Baby, you
Wasn't
just
ready.
you just said your crew drowned. This thing offered your crew safety. What were you saving with your soul? Are you still there, Hex? You thinking? Hex?
I'd heard so many stories. It doesn't prepare you for that.
So you
Yeah.
are...
The idea was I helped it. It saved them. But I got it wrong, and it took them anyway.
Yeah, I guess it's hard to thoroughly scour a contract while everyone's actively drowning. I thought...
Yeah.
I should have been more diligent. I should have... Oh, baby, what have I done?
What?
Oh,
None of. He will pull Alda in for a big hug. None of this is on. I took that job to get away from all this, and I brought it with me.
I was so nervous about you being on that ship, baby. I should have been... This started years ago, honey. I knew about your father's history a little too late, we'll say. And then, of course, once you were born, he came back demanding you. And I formed a little pact with him to say no. But of course, as a child of a djinn, when you started showing your own magical purpose, I wanted to keep you away from the Institute. And... oh, little one, I shouldn't have let you go on those boats. I shouldn't have let you work on the sea. And now look what's happened.
I met the most amazing people working those jobs. I don't regret one moment. I wouldn't take that back. It caught me off guard.
What does it want with you?
It's freedom.
You see sort of a grimace as you mention freedom. Yeah, that tracks. Keen interest in you, I assume, because of your blood?
Don't know why it's still here. It has what it needs.
If I had to guess, I'd say a failsafe. And what do you mean it has what it needs? You're here.
Didn't need all my blood.
What did you do?
Uh,
What did you do?
But I will take off the gloves.
She will immediately take note of your darkened hand and reach for it instantly. Upon doing so, I'm assuming she'll feel the brush of teeth on her palm. And that will prompt her to immediately flip your palm upwards, revealing the mouth on the palm of your hand. There is a sharp half step backwards as you can sense she's struck with fear and dread. But Mom Override kicks in and she tries to steal her expression to not scare you.
Do I get a coin?
God damn it. Are you seriously going to feed off of your mother's fear right now?
I don't get
That's
a choice.
Crazy.
Oh my god, yeah.
I genuinely do not get a choice.
Yeah, you get a coin.
Oh no.
She will, while holding on to your hand, she will eventually move her other hand up your arm, pushing your sleeve back, revealing more and more of this foreign limb, before eventually reaching your shoulder where it transitions back to your normal hue. And you see her eyes glass a little bit as tears begin to sort of well up on the surface of her eyes. She'll bring that hand back and sort of just cover her mouth for a moment as she starts to softly mutter no over and over again as she takes a half step back. Baby, what happened to your arm?
It has cultists. They took it.
These people took your arm. And what, it left you with this? As you start to stammer and your voice starts to crack, still holding on to your hand, she will pull you in and place her free hand on the back of your head, sort of encouraging you to rest your head on her shoulder. She'll try to comfort you. She'll try to soothe. Just shh, it's okay, baby. We'll figure this out.
I don't even know how much of me I am anymore.
You're still here, baby. You're still my little one. Don't worry about it. We'll figure it out, honey. Mama will figure this out. Don't worry. Mama will take care of this.
It was supposed to save them.
Save who, baby? Save your crew?
Yeah.
They lie. They lie every single time. They will get what they want. They will get what they crave. They will ply you with falsehoods, with honeyed words, with sweet half-truths to get whatever they need from you. I'm so sorry, baby. I should have told you better. I should have warned you better.
It's come home sooner.
What was that? Sorry, you mumbled a bit.
I should have come home sooner. I didn't. I thought I could figure this out. I didn't want you to see this.
It's okay, honey. I'm not mad at you. I'm not mad. I'm not mad at you. Will, you are still my baby. You're still my little one. No matter what happens, no matter how you change, you are still my baby. All right? She'll start to sort of rub between your shoulder blades. Again, trying to soothe and calm. She'll you'll feel her sort of shift her weight back and forth from foot to foot, trying to sort of imitate rocking you back and forth in her arms as a kid. Trying to deploy tried and true tactics as your mother to anchor you back to this reality and try to soothe you.
I don't think he says anything for the next few minutes. I think he just holds on and cries.
Okay. You'll feel your shoulder also get slightly damp. But she will do everything in her power to not vocalize her sobs because she doesn't want to take this from you. And she, as most mothers would, not want to make you worry about her. She's there to comfort you. If we are going to have it that they have this moment for a little bit, we are at our 2-hour mark, and I am in desperate need of a piss. So,
Yeah.
I think now might be a good time for a break.
Sounds divine.
Amazing.
Rude.
So, you okay?
Yeah, it was great.
Yeah, okay. Oh, okay. It is about 10 p.m. Eastern Standard, so we're going to come back at about 10:10 Eastern Standard. Everyone go make sure you get your water, your drinks, your snacks. You make your bladders a little flatter, and we will see you again momentarily. BRB!
Hello.
All right, so can somebody talk in the Discord just to make sure that my Discord audio is working?
Hello?
No.
One,
Ugh,
two,
okay.
hello.
We're good. We're
No.
Birds work for the bourgeoisie.
Hello.
Would have been funnier if I was a bird VTuber. So,
You got a spare. Hi.
how long would you guesstimate, Jonas, that you and your mother are occupied upstairs?
Ooh. I don't know, enough for Pin to down 3 more pitchers of fruit juice? No,
Oh no, Pin was left unattended with the shaker.
Oh, yeah. So, yeah, why don't I just study it? Since we're here. Since we like rude so goddamn much.
You're
I don't know,
gonna.
it's been a while since I cried.
Oh. Wah.
Bro, no more than 10 minutes, I'd imagine.
Okay.
I think at some point, Ashram has found a menu and is looking to see if like Cherry Danish is on there. Just like,
I'm gonna say at this current time, Cherry Danish is not there. But as you're thoroughly examining the menu, you'll see a little small fine print along the bottom that says menu changes weekly.
ah, wow. I use my I use my tattoo to go forward a week in time to get a Cherry Danish.
Jesus
I'm not
Christ.
Crazy.
I'm not doing that. That's crazy. That's very silly.
Is it 8 hours? That doesn't sound... That sounds like a lot. It is 8 hours, okay. I think eventually, like, alright, well, we shouldn't leave them unattended. They get up to shit.
Yeah. She'll agree.
What the fuck is Cece doing?
And she'll sort of like again
Not all bards.
hold you by the shoulders and just, are you good to go back? Are you safe with these people? You're taking too
How
long
do
to
we
answer.
that? How do we say we are safe with these people when the sole reason we're being hunted by super magic murder stuff is traveling with Asher and Va?
What? What?
Ashravar is not on our party. Silly. That's
None of
Bartholomew
this-
Maverick or whatever the fuck his name is.
Sorry, yes.
Markov.
Barlow Markov. It's a legitimate name. It is my two favorite Pathfinder characters merged together.
Okay, so anyway, we're gonna party with Barlow Markov, not Ashravar, whoever that is.
Yes, my bad. Anyway, Barlow Markov's alter ego, evil brother, is wanted by the police, and we keep getting accosted. Not the
Yes.
point.
Barlow is the evil brother.
Yeah.
Yes. That's the accurate statement.
But sorry, did Jonas confess that?
No,
Okay.
none of this is allowed. I'm,
All above board.
considering the shit we've gotten into, these people are the safest. Gods, okay, I am not awake. Words, please.
I believe you.
Okay, we're doing the short version. I think he's.
Yeah?
The fog cometh.
Okay. Do we need to cut to the others?
We'll just say yeah, we're safe with these people.
All right. You you let me know if that changes, okay? Okay.
Loud and clear.
All right. She will try to give you a reassuring sort of rub of your upper left arm. Very distinctly not the altered arm. And then she will follow you out. So she'll follow you back down the stairs. Oh, and don't hit your head this time. Apparently that little growth spurt you've had means I might have to get this adjusted.
I think she caught him right before he goes thunk. So good job, Mum. I think just under his breath. I should have come home sooner. But we will go downstairs.
She will grab something out of the icebox upstairs before following you back down. And upon coming back downstairs, she will place on the counter a casserole dish. All right. Who all wanted the casserole?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
In lieu with what you're already setting up, so continue.
Okay. She will start sectioning off pieces of a casserole. It looks very dense with carrots. And sort of like a white cream sauce as well. And she will place them out on plates that she will grab from the bar underneath. And as before she hands them off to you, you'll see her sort of snap over each and every single one of them. And eventually, as she moves on to the next plate, the previous one that she snapped over is already starting to steam. And yeah, she'll hand casserole to those who wish to have casserole.
Well, yeah, Damien's famished, so he's gonna mow down on that.
Yeah.
All right. Those who
I will
mow...
wait to see those who ate it.
Those who mow down, congratulations on eating your carrots, getting your veggies in. You have dark vision up to 60 feet for the next 8 hours.
Yay! I never have dark vision, so this is perfect for me. All right.
The shadows in the room seemingly rescind for the first time in your life.
Ah!
Okay, well, it's not blinding vision, Delilah.
No, great! Oh my god! I can't turn it off. It's like night vision. Oh god!
Ah, jeez.
Oh, is this how elves see
Does
the
Damien
world?
also not have dark vision?
Damien does.
Okay. So
He-
Ash is
he-
the only one
he-
who doesn't.
Now,
I
he
should
doesn't
add,
notice the
if you do
change.
have dark vision, it extends your dark vision by 60 feet.
Now, madam,
Oh.
I know this has been delicious, and it's so good to be home, and I really appreciate it. If you have any cherry Danish available to you, listen.
Need Danish.
I will pay a king's ransom, and by king's ransom, I mean maybe a couple of gold, because I don't have a lot of money.
I don't have any cherry Danishes, but
Nah!
I could see about having a cherry Danish available some point next week.
Ah, it's so long for now. That feels like years for us
All right.
for some reason.
That's because it has been.
I do have a flaky fruit tart. It's just not a cherry Danish.
You know what? I'm sure it will be wonderful. I would love a piece of that, please.
I live for this fruit tart.
Yeah?
She will, just to confirm, Hex, I have
You
put
shut.
together a menu with magical effects. Because
Okay.
at least I don't see in our DMs, I don't see a menu provided. I see some things, But like examples. Unless I'm blind. I could be blind.
I do not have a full menu as yet. I will get that to you before next session.
Cool. I will then work
If
off
you
of
want-
this menu that I have here. What's up?
Yeah.
Jonas, if you would like help with that, I love making magical foods. Please hit me up. We will come up with a menu if you want.
Wonderful.
It's one of my favorite things to do. I love it. When I made a magical bed and breakfast that was a TGI Fridays that had like a whole bunch of really interesting foods. So, yeah.
All right. So she will go to. She's got a smaller ice box behind her. She'll go to that ice box, and you'll watch as she pulls out a small platter of tarts, and she'll delicately place one on a smaller plate for you, Ash. It will arrive on a rather nice looking plate. Despite coming from the ice box, again, she'll do that little snap trick above it, and it will start to puff and steam. The crust is golden and warm and flaky, and there's almost a swirl of a deep violet and sort of honey gold fruit compote in the center. And she'll place it in front of you.
Oh yeah.
Jonas still munching on his casserole goes, see this? This is what magic is for.
Asher, I'm remembering all those times he would grab the like fantasy equivalent of like a Hostess fruit pie out of a machine. He goes to grab it with his hands and then realizes, oh, that's not dignified, and then picks up a fork and knife and then eats it. Oh yeah.
And you eagerly take a bite.
Yes.
As you do, she'll sort of she'll glance over to Jonas. So did you warn them about the gimmicks?
Yum yum yum. Yum yum yum.
Be a little.
All right. Ashram, roll me a d20.
Uh-oh. Yum 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 yum. just making baby cat noises as he's eating. A D20, you say?
Yes, a d20.
I don't know why I'm pulling my character sheet for that. I don't have anything for this, so.
Yes. Sorry, my magic food modifier.
What are my rolls dog shit tonight? What the hell is going on?
Those around Ashram, you watch as he happily munches on this tart. You watch his crow's feet rescind a little bit. His smile lines get ever so slightly fainter. The wrinkles on his brow sort of fade ever so slightly as he sits almost a little taller, a little younger. You had a good bite.
I didn't hear it, but I made a strong sound of inquiry.
Hello. That was pretty
Bud.
good.
I have a question.
What's up?
Does this world have Botox?
You
There
just saw it in
are magical means to look younger, yes.
Okay. Just wondering if there's precedent for this.
Okay.
Understood. Continue, Damien.
Unfortunately, I immediately lost my train of thought. I apologize.
No.
Awesome.
Listen, homie, I don't even know how that shit happens. I had it and it was gone.
No. Wee. Fucking love that sound bite.
Oh, right.
That's just the background to all the conversation happening. Ashram's. I don't think you've ever seen Ashram happily eat anything like this.
It's a peculiar sight, most certainly. But Damien does just kind of shoot a quizzical look at this crazy enchanted tart. And he just kind of looks up at Jonas's mother and says, "Do all of your dishes typically contain effects like these?"
Well, of course. Where would the fun be if you just had a boring dish, huh?
Damien just gives a blink for a moment, and then kind of just looks down at his empty glass and over to the tart, the casserole, and everything else, and he says, "Huh. It's well, I wasn't quite anticipating my first time in Kelps as an adult to go quite like this, but well, he looks to Eunice's mother and says, I appreciate you giving me such a authentic taste of Kelpsa. This has been quite nice."
I have posted the menu. I've removed the magical effects because they are supposed to be delightful surprises.
But he does look up and he just wonders, are you a practitioner, or do you simply just have the tools necessary to fabricate these effects?
A little bit of column A, a little bit of column B. You mentioned this is your first time being in Kelpsa as an adult. Yeah?
Damien acknowledges that statement and realizes that he had talked a little flippantly. And seeing he gets caught for a second. He says, "Well, yes. I mean, I suppose considering present company, it's nothing too big. I was originally born here, but well, when my talents began to manifest, my parents
She'll put a
saw
hand
that.
up and just sort of, story as old as time. Don't worry, I'm quite familiar.
Yes. So, needless. Is that Cece laughing, or
No, I think it was Hex or Jonas.
okay?
That was Jonas going.
Oh, okay. I was
literally
curious.
preaching to the choir, mate. I ran away
Oh,
too.
yeah. No. Damien just kind of looks over to Jonas and gives a knowing nod, and he says, "Yes, I've actually spent a good portion of my life living in Vermont. I'm actually a death shepherd." He kind of motions to the regalia adorning his
tell.
head.
Don't worry. And she'll lift her right hand and sort of point at it with her left and just wiggle her fingers on her right hand. It's not entirely subtle.
If we could, just to be safe, do you mind if I do a bit of a bit of spellcraft just to make sure we're safe here?
Yeah, do whatever you need to do.
Do I notice any evidence of someone having already cast Private Sanctum for any reason?
Sorry, what was that?
Do I notice any evidence of Private Sanctum having already been cast here at
No.
any point? Okay. Then yeah, I'm just gonna go around. I assume hang on, Private Sanctum is like it's a pretty big area, I think. It's areas of cube that can be as small as 5 feet to as large as 100 feet on each side. Is this place larger than 100 feet?
I'm terrible at units of measurement, so I'm gonna say no. It's kind of hole in the wall, I think.
Okay.
Well, you said 100 feet.
Cool.
Just for simplicity's sake, I'll say that you're able to cover it.
Okay. I mean, if not, I could always just cover the area that we're talking in. But yeah, the idea is like while we're talking, I'm just going to like I don't think we quite fully understand the extent of our magic not working. So just in case, like wands and things like that still work, and they still want to try to look after us, or me, I'm just going to cast Private Sanctum around the building, around the inside of the building.
Okay.
Just to keep us safe here for the night.
All right. Did anyone want to grab anything else off of the menu? She will say that, like, for this night, she won't charge you.
I'm stuffed. Thank
Can
you.
I just have the nondescript pudding?
The nondescript pudding? You want the pudding?
It's the only thing that has like no like.
That is
like,
because
no
I
adjective.
removed the adjective because it very clearly tells what it does.
Then yeah,
Ooh.
sure, I'll just take the nondescript pudding.
All right.
Wait, this one's so sick.
So she will go back to the icebox behind her. It's a small icebox. You have no idea how she's keeping all of these items in this icebox. Unless you're magically inclined, you might have an idea. But she will pull out
Mary Poppins purse.
Mary Poppins purse.
Yeah.
Uh,
Did I not
Stamp.
tell you my mom was cool?
Move, buddy.
Whoa.
Storm pan fried Kraken bites sounds delicious.
But yeah, she'll pull out this small, almost like you know those like pudding dishes that are like on stems like wine glasses, but they're like small cylindrical like glass pudding dishes. She'll pull out one of those, and it will have a small mound of nondescript pudding in it.
Sick.
Looks like a chocolate pudding as she places it in front of you.
Yes.
She will grab you a spoon and she'll put it in the pudding and she'll, give you a nod and say, have fun. As you focus on her for a moment and look back to the pudding, you will see, what are you thinking about right now, Cece?
Cece probably is thinking of the first thing that comes to mind is probably the next thing he was going to ask was because like I don't know if we ever discussed if we're going to be staying here or if we're finding another place to stay. Slash also then being like, do you have a bar to play the evenings? I know you close for the night, but I can play if you need some tunes.
As Cece's focused on Elda for this conversation, those around him, very curious about this dessert, you'll watch as the pudding in the dish first will shift and sort of undulate to form a bed, and then it will shift and undulate to form the weapon, or not the weapon, the instrument on that. Wait, Cece, you don't have an instrument, do you? You're a speaker, aren't you?
I have. No, I have a lyre.
Oh yes, you have a lyre. Yeah, it will undulate to then form a lyre. Basically, it seems to be polymorphing into whatever Cece's thinking of at the moment.
Aww.
I mean, it's the space upstairs is kind of small. So unless you all don't mind getting very comfortable on the floor, I guess I could house you for tonight, but if you want something comfortable, I'd recommend maybe looking into one of the available inns around here.
I mean, y'all were talking about getting that key we could use.
Did forget about it.
Do we want to do that today?
I was planning. I had intended to catch up with a few people, but evidently they never arrived.
Yeah. Well, is it possible they arrived and then just didn't come here? Maybe your mother just hasn't seen them.
Who are you looking for,
Slow
baby?
blink. We did some.
Okay.
Well, I mean, we've established crewing.
Yeah.
But we did some work in a small mining town, a little ways outside Devcast, Ainsborough. But the mines were shut down because there was some monster infestation. I sent one of the kids there who was new. I gave him a referral to this place.
What's his name?
Figured he'd be
in character, I would know this. Douglas.
Oh.
No, I haven't had anybody come in with a referral from you yet, but I mean, the teleportation pads were down for a bit with the stuff happening in Emerilla, so. Do you think maybe he would have tried to make the trip on foot?
Yeah, I imagine we just got here first.
Yeah, if you all managed the teleportation station from DevCast, it's quite the trip on foot. And you keep mentioning your captain. I heard some dock workers talking about a man washing up on beach about a week or two ago. He's currently being held at the dockmaster's office. They say he's got no documentation and he doesn't even know who he is. Doesn't even know how he got in the water. Do you think that might be your guy?
Oh. I kind of hope not, but
Might be worth a look.
I'm headed there anyway. See if they found the ship.
I might want to warn, actually, and I do hope that nothing's come of this. You might want to avoid going directly to the dockmaster.
Okay.
I've heard some whispers of somebody looking for an adult water genasi after a ship has gone down, as they are suspect to be the cause of it.
It's hardly my fault. I can clear that up, I imagine.
Well, thankfully in Kelpsa, you've got circles of truth and such. It makes interrogation very
not
easy.
Anymore.
What do you mean, not anymore?
Ooh.
Why? Why wouldn't that be working?
It got turned off.
Every zone of truth in Kelpsa got turned off? That'd be quite the impressive feat.
It's
Are they not?
way more than that. It's so much more than that, unfortunately.
All over the world.
Oh.
As far as we are aware, divination magic is gone.
I heard something on the Arcanocast about some spells not working. I thought that was just in Kelpsa.
Oh, Zone of Truth is enchantment.
Oh, that's a problem.
Sick that we're big chillin'.
Wait, no, we're not big chillin'. That's bad.
No, we are the opposite of big chilling.
Everything we just said.
We are not big chilling. We are little panicking. This is the opposite.
Big panic.
To be fair, Jonas is uneducated.
Well, I guess so are the rest of us.
Okay,
Can we
so
retcon all of this?
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Are we retconning it, or are we gonna run with it?
I think I'll retcon. I mean, I could just Mushroom will just perk up and be like,
I
"No,
think-
Zone of Truth is enchantment, not divination, but other things they could use to track or, do other things in that regard would not work."
Why
So
wouldn't
while we do
divination be
stuff that we're-
working?
Divination magic has been removed from the world. The Weave no longer contains divination magic, as far as we can tell. Now, you said that you heard on the Arcanocast.
Yeah, I heard on the Arcanocast that some spells haven't been working within the walls of Kelpsa.
Right.
Granted, I'm not a super
Have you
intricate
heard?
caster myself.
If you don't mind me asking, have you heard if artifacts containing those spells, wands, staves containing those spells, other magical sources, scrolls containing those spells? Do you know if any of that stuff is working? I would assume probably not scrolls. But
no, too. I mean, I haven't heard anything. I just sort of keep in here. I work in here by myself, after all.
Well, we are working on the situation, but at the moment, just in case, I've put a ward over your house or your establishment that should last at least 8 hours, I believe. Let me double check the wording on Private Sanctum.
She'll, her eyes will sort of drift back over to Jonas as, Jonas, you get this stare of, what the fuck have you gotten yourself into?
Yeah, Private Sanctum lasts for 24 hours. So for the next 24 hours at the very least, we should be safe here. But just be aware of that.
Mm-hmm. All right, that would probably explain why the Rune Knights have been a little more antsy than usual.
Possible, yeah. Have you noticed any? I mean, you seem to be the kind to have your ear to the ground here. Have you noticed any, like, secret panic from them in terms of like they're trying to keep things hush hush, but
A lot of the students from the institute will come in during lunch or after their tutelage hours, at least the ones old enough allowed to leave the tower freely. They've commented on some sudden changes to curriculum. I just assumed it had to do with the Ashram Var debacle.
Ashram does his best to keep his face neutral. I don't know if that works or not, but
Ashram.
I mean, does Ashram want to roll me a charisma?
I mean, deception?
Sure.
You want to poker face a bartender?
Sure. You want to poker face a bartender? Sure. Let's go. Let's do it up.
I mean, like, he would react. He would react.
Bitch, roll your dice.
Little man, he would react. He's not used to this yet. All right, deception. Come on, baby. Big money, no whammies. That's 12.
Okay.
Like, now you roll that inside on the table. I want to see it. I want to know.
I don't need to show you shit.
I want to know you're not fibbing me.
I ain't fibbing you.
And he says,
her to be fair.
And there's nothing to indicate students. Do you know what kind of curriculum changes have happened? Like, any specific spells being removed or tweaked or changed?
No, just I wouldn't say removed, but I do believe now that you mentioned divination, I do believe they say that there have been some adjustments to the divination curriculum.
How so? Do you know any specifics? Anything you've heard?
Just some kids being confused as to why classes are being canceled.
Yep. Well, that sort of, I believe we've explained that one.
We've been looking into it.
Any
I'm
other?
sending Barlow to the library tomorrow.
Yes.
All right.
Any other government officials showing up more often? Like, have
oh
you had?
God.
I don't know if you do like deliveries to. What I'm basically asking is the equivalent of, are there more pizzas being sent to the Pentagon? You know, like that situation. Have you heard of anything weird? This is something a food person would know. They would know about the food in the city and what's going on with the food in the city. So if more pizza has been delivered to the Pentagon, that means they're working overtime, which means shit's rough right now.
Have you
Delilah?
heard, Dee, but Dionis told you to shut up like a minute ago. I don't know if
Delilah.
you wanted to acknowledge that.
Delilah, you know what? Ashram, roll me an Arcana check. Roll me an Arcana
Yeah,
check.
I was trying to like deceive while being the most suspicious person.
I'm
in the
not
world.
trying to deceive. I'm
You
being
just rolled
honest.
a deception, bitch. What do you call that?
Okay, that's so that she doesn't recognize who I am.
Okay, so you
Also-
ask more incriminating questions.
Also, that's a 16 on an Arcana check. I haven't rolled like dog shit.
You roll
Completely
low.
unrelated.
Ashramvar, magical prodigy.
Yeah, that's me. Yes.
I'm going to remind you, dear, of a
Uh-huh.
level 3 conjuration spell
Okay.
called Create Food and Water.
Okay, but that stuff sucks. And like, listen,
Prestidigitation.
if you're really hungry and you're a government official, you don't want that chemical bullshit. You want to go out for a pizza.
What do you
I'm
mean
just saying.
chemical bullshit?
Also, completely unrelated.
Okay.
But if you're a government official, I feel like if you're that high up where you would know shit like that, you would also know not to talk about that shit in public.
No. Okay, you guys. Okay, you
No,
don't.
Dee
okay.
wasn't saying people were talking about shit in public.
No.
What she's bringing up is when government officials are working overtime because shit's gone fucking sideways, they'll often order more food to the Pentagon. I understand what she's referencing.
The question is, has there been more deliveries to the magical Pentagon?
I'm just going
than
to
would normally
remind
deliver?
Delilah, who plays Ashram Var, magical prodigy who spent his
Right.
entire life in the Locksmith Institute of the Arcane.
Sure. I mean,
that
that's fair.
that the cafeteria is subsidized entirely on Create Food and Water,
Okay, and that's why we
and
all go out.
the High Arcane Council that rules over Kelpsa is in the Institute of the Arcane.
Okay, but I will point out, it is the Institute of the Arcane, and this is a 3rd level cleric spell. This is divine shit. So, like,
It is a 3rd level
Magic.
conjuration spell.
yeah,
It's still magic.
for the classes of cleric, paladin. Okay, artificer's on there as well.
Uh-huh.
So that's another. Listen,
Also, not to mention how many classes,
I'm-
subclasses that allow you to steal from other classes. For
I
spells.
might be Delilahing it up a lot here. Okay, I'm
To
sorry.
answer the question, Frank,
I will.
the one that Ashram is playing.
The one I will go. Yeah, literally. The one I. In that case, I will go back in time and I will rescind that question as
Okay.
Ashram thinks a bit more about it.
Okay.
You run for the government lately, or
No, it's not. Okay, that's not how. I couldn't word the question correctly. I was trying to give an allegory.
Ashram
What's up, my fellow
remembers
whistleblowers?
Also, I am
many
not
a
a-
late night ordering from the cafeteria and having things brought up to his room by unseen servants.
Yeah, but if it's all create food and water, eventually you want to go out and get some real fucking food. because
I
that stuff tastes
agree.
like garbage.
I understand, but I also firmly
chemical.
believe that Ashram keeps prestidigitation in his repertoire for a fucking reason.
Yeah, that's fair. I like to think that there's like a chemically taste that comes with it where it's not quite perfect because it's what your memory of what it would be, you know. That's the way I think about prestidigitation. But like, because that's why he wants a proper cherry Danish and doesn't just like prestidigitate all of his food to taste like cherry Danish. But again, that's my own sort of headspace where I'm at.
Yeah.
And like, I know me, if I were working 30 hours a day in the fucking government, and they can do 30 hours because it's like a, you know, it's time bullshit, so they can do that.
Hell, they can have their own
That's a
pocket
good
dimensions.
Yeah.
They could have their
They would
own
want to-
magnificent mansion keys that will
They would-
prepare them food from
You know what?
their
So,
childhood memories.
You know what? So that actually makes a lot more
Yeah.
sense. Yeah. So you would have, I would have led with that. Then they just use the food and create food and water. Because like, come on, that's gross. Don't eat food and water.
Anyways.
Listen, they put the food, create food and water.
Don't
Delilah.
eat food and water.
Delilah, Delilah, you are likening them to ordering pizza from Domino's.
Yeah.
They
Yeah,
are not
exactly.
they're not looking for good food.
Listen, it's full of
I like
fluoride. It's
Domino's.
making the population dumber. Okay, the create food and water is full of fluoride. You don't understand.
Oh my my god, we are moving on
You
from
can't even leave
this.
the wizard by herself anymore. Like, what
Gods
the
no.
fuck?
The conspiracy theorist over here, Ashra.
Mother,
No,
dearest,
this
could
is
you
all
please-
Delilah. This is not Ashra.
Mother dearest, could you please get Ashram a glass of almond milk?
No, okay, listen. No, listen. We are rescinding that conversation did not happen. We are rescinding it, and it goes back into Ashram's brain where it did not come out of his mouth.
That's wonderful. So is this lady still accepting orders or not?
Yes. What would you like?
What is this about comet clusters? What is this about a candied comet cluster? Is it really from space?
All right, you ordered the candy comet comet cluster.
Yeah.
Where is there? It is.
You're gonna out of house and home.
All right. She will prepare. I gotta double check my thing here. Okay. She will acquire from under the bar a small sealed package, a tiny little wrapper, and she will place it down on the bar in front of you.
What's in it?
Pop rocks.
I shake it.
Oh yeah.
Wait, that's fucking sick. Can I assume can I tell, like, does the packaging say what it would do magically, or is it, do I have to, like, eat it?
The packaging has depictions of stars and comets and the night sky on it. Sort of like a swirling galaxy.
This sounds so cool.
Oh.
Can I have several more?
She will give you at least one more package. So now you have two.
I haven't had one of those since I was a child.
Do you
notices that you're...
Do you crack into one?
Yes. For once, they're not being, like, greedy and ravenous. I think they want to, like, conserve it.
Okay.
Since they haven't had a treat like this ever. So they're just, like, one single little rock.
Okay. So they're faintly bigger than Pop Rocks. They're somewhere between... Do you guys know, like, the little candy stars like you see in anime? Like, what the Soot Sprites really liked from Studio Ghibli?
Oh.
Yes.
So they're somewhere between a Pop Rock and that. So you can probably pop, like, two in your mouth pin. And upon doing so, obviously, you get that staticky jolt on your tongue and throughout the rest of your mouth. But it is a deep, cold, and fruity flavor. You immediately get blueberry and cherry with almost like a finish of mint. And after Pin sort of like mulls that around in their mouth for a bit, they go and open their eyes, and those around Pin will see that their eyes are sparkling. Their pupils almost gleam like stars, and this effect will be on you for an hour.
They've dropped all pretenses of trying to seem like a normal registered Warforged, and they're sort of just like moving about the room with like a skip. I think when Asher was like, "Oh, I haven't had one of these since I was a kid," they like grabbed the bag and like hugged it to themselves so he couldn't get at it.
Oh, I wouldn't take yours. It's fine.
Just to be safe. They do not respond in character, but yeah, they'll frolic about the bar, like popping their little pop rocks.
Yeah,
pop
I'll
stars.
say you'll have probably about 2 servings per package. So where you've already had one, that first package you open still has 1 serving, and then the unopened package will still have 2 servings.
Whee! I love Star Rocks. This is awesome.
Hello, Ribbit. Hello, little guy.
What did it give you? Then?
They
Go ahead.
they'll turn to look at you, and you'll notice that their eyes are like similar to the GIF that was just posted, like big and starry and bright.
Oh.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, it didn't have any like gameplay effect. It's just big, beautiful eyes.
Big anime eyes.
Not everything has a gameplay effect.
Okay, yeah, no, I'm just making sure I didn't miss it. That's cool. I love it. It's beautiful.
Love what?
No, that was Delilah above the board.
Ah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Unless like it's pointed out to them, I don't think Pin would even notice that their eyes have like changed at all. They're just like, yippee, this tastes good. Frolic. Okay, continue, everyone.
Holds up pocket makeup mirror to Pin.
Their skipping is interrupted as they get a gander at their new bright, luminescent eyes. They grab the mirror to study them a bit closer from every angle.
It's like, oh. The rocks did this?
Yeah, those ones did.
Does it, like, do anything? Can I shoot lasers now or something?
No, it's just for funsies.
I like it.
We'll eat the last serving.
It does not stack to 2 hours. You just have really sparkly eyes for 1 hour.
They just like the taste.
Now you start shooting lasers out of your eyes. That was the secret. You had to use 2 of them.
Yeah, sure.
Oh yeah. They just like the experience of it. It's fine.
Laser eyes would
5
be
seconds
rough
later.
to clean up.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Yep.
I'm trying to now find my notes for some of the taverns I have in Kelpsa. Jesus Christ. I need to organize this shit better. I went and I downloaded Obsidian, telling myself I was gonna, like, put all of this shit in there, and then I never fucking did.
It do be like that.
Rivet, please
does,
don't
yeah.
attack my cursor on my monitor, buddy. It's not, no, buddy, it's not a toy.
Do it. Do
If
it.
not toy,
Yeah.
if not prey, why move like feared?
Chaos. We love it. We love the chaos.
Buddy.
Hmm?
No, sorry, not you, buddy. The Rivet. Rivet.
Mmm.
Oh my goodness. Where are all my fucking kelps and notes? I'm so sorry, guys.
Oh.
Ah.
Well, this is after like things calm down, but Cece's probably gonna like go over to Jonas and be like, so we getting the key first, or do you want to sell the car first? I'm assuming key.
Key first.
Key first, okay.
No.
Can we agree to do the collector tomorrow?
Oh, what time is it?
I'll say it's getting on evening for you all.
Yeah. I think everything's a tomorrow problem.
Oh, thank God!
Oh, ribs. He's curling up for a nap on the desk.
Aw.
It's so hard being a kitten, you know. Yeah.
It truly is.
You know, It takes a lot of work to be that cute.
To be this
Yeah.
small, too.
Mhm.
It's really hard. It's so difficult.
Alright.
There is
Someone's
so much
gotta do it.
bastard to fit into such a tiny package.
Yeah.
Yep.
So much bastard. Alright, so
So fat.
you guys are looking to sell a caravan / get the magical key?
Oh, I don't think we're
That's
selling the
probably-
caravan. I
No?
don't think we want to put Mio through that.
True. Yeah, never mind.
Look, I'm gonna be honest, guys. For the sake of brevity, I can say that you can sell the You can sell the caravan and gain enough money to just flat out buy a magnificent mansion key.
I mean, I was already going to do that. I have
Cool.
the money to buy a key.
I'm not going to make you RP it. However, if you guys want, I have found at least my shops of Kelpsa, and I can show
Yeah.
you guys the shops
Alright.
here.
So the idea was I'm going to buy the key out of pocket.
Okay.
And the proceeds from selling the caravan were going to go towards getting a smaller, but still suited for off the beaten track
Okay.
carriage.
Cool.
You will probably, since you are a Kelpson local, you will probably want to go to the Enchanter's Haven for the key.
Okay.
All right. Oh, there's my fucking cabins. Jesus Christ! Why are of course they're under the shops, for fuck's sake. I'm so sorry, guys. I'm all over the fucking place. Ugh. All right. So, how how deeply do you want to RP this? Like, do you want to check the stock and whatnot, or you just want to go in and get the key and get out?
We'll see what they have around.
Cool. Go down to Enchanter's Haven's description. That's Mystic Menagerie. Alright, so you go to the Enchanter's Haven. So nestled within the heart of Kelpsa's sort of shopping district. You see the sign hanging over the street from the building called Enchanter's Haven. It stands as a testament to boundless possibilities and magical craftsmanship. The exterior of the shop is adorned with intricate runes that shimmer in ever-changing patterns, offering a glimpse into the enchantments within. The entrance is flanked by ornate columns, each crowned with softly glowing crystals that cast a dim, warm, inviting glow. Upon crossing the threshold, visitors find themselves in a realm where the air hums with harmonious resonance and magical energies. Shelves upon shelves of enchanted trinkets and artifacts line the walls, their auras intertwining with a symphony of colors. Illuminated by floating orbs of light, the display cases showed a dazzling array of enchanted weaponry, glimmering jewelry, and mystical curiosities. Behind, you guys don't really see a person roaming around. It is more in the evening. You don't really see any shoppers. The inside of the shop almost feels a little claustrophobic with all of the things that you see on display here.
Oh, no.
Is there a bell to ring?
If you go deeper into the shop and go in towards
so
go ahead.
who all is here right now? I think it's just Cece and I, yeah?
Damien would have actually tagged along because after coming to Kelpsa, his curiosity has been piqued, and he's trying to take out what opportunities he can, especially before things start getting hectic, to kind of soak in some of the city and get more acquainted with it. So while he's not going to be too much critical help, he's going to be tagging along.
Yeah. All right. Next
Sounds
question. Okay, how old is this shop?
This shop has been around for at least all of Jonas's memory. The shop has always been here to you.
Yeah.
But yes, you guys go deeper into the shop and finally come across a ornate and beautifully carved, strong, heavy wooden counter with a few other trinkets and oddities, glowing gems and crystals fragmented atop of it, providing a little bit of glow. The shortened height of the counter suggests that the person who owns and operates this is probably one of the shorter races. But you do see a small device that you believe to be a bell. Upon ringing it, the curtains from behind the counter shift for a moment before eventually you see a small gnomish woman with graying brown hair pulled tightly back into a bun, wearing sort of a more simplistic dress. And she adjusts her small circle frames on the bridge of her nose, and she looks up. Oh, and how can I help all of you tonight?
We were looking to purchase a Mordenkainen's Magnificent Mansion key, enchanted key, if you have that in stock.
I most certainly do. Just give me one moment, and she will. You'll hear drawers and whatnot shuffling behind the counter, before eventually with a sturdy thud. There we go. The final drawer closes, and you hear her step up onto a step stool from behind the counter. It is still taller than her, but it is shorter than counters for your guys' height. And she will present a small oblong box on the counter and open it up, revealing this brilliant looking silver key. And one of these pieces goes for about 2,000.
Oh.
Cece's just gonna look to Jonas real quick and kind of give the look of like, are we sure we can buy that?
Because last time I asked Oko, she said 700.
Oh, did I?
Yeah.
Because I think I
this is
remember...
when we were still with the Tempest Shadows.
Hold on. Because I think I remember selling one to Monica for 2,500.
Ah.
I don't know if I can haggle down over 50%, Jonas.
Yeah.
That's why
it's not that good.
I was saying if y'all sold the caravan.
Yeah, I'm happy to do the caravan first if that's the case. I was just going off of what I remember being told.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I could have swore I had the number 2,000 in mind, and I'm not seeing an item cost, because this isn't normally an item, it's a fucking spell.
Yeah.
But for simplicity's sake, I always like to make it an item. Trying to remember if I would have written that somewhere. Nothing in my DMs with Hex. Nope, nothing in my DMs with Koringi. Oh, and searching key in the Discord was a terrible mistake. Can I try mansion key? Nope. Nothing comes up then.
It was brought up specifically in a conversation I had with Eris, I think. So I don't believe it would be written.
Yeah.
But if you sold it to Ringus for 2,500, I'm happy to just go sell the cart off screen.
I was about to say, I'm more than willing to car salesman the cart up. That one I'm way more comfortable trying to do. It feels weird trying to talk down a price for what I know is a luxury item.
Yeah, this is.
But I can sell the shit out of that cart.
Yeah, I would say, like, again, just for simplicity's sake and to not, like, drag things on, I'm not going to make you all RP out selling the fucking, the caravan. Like, you guys will get enough money from it to easily cover the cost of the key.
Okay.
And then, I mean, worst case scenario, we can always... whatever you have out of pocket, I feel like we can cover a caravan for a lot less, probably.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, we're not putting up a Facebook Marketplace post on our caravan.
No. You could sell it to these guys, honestly, just again for the sake of simplicity.
All right, let's do a little off-screen car salesman for the sake of all our sanities.
Okay. All right. So, you guys now have a magnificent mansion key, and it works like the spell. You slot that bitch into a keyhole, and whomever is the one turning the key, it will base a inside dwelling space based off of that person's memory and personal input.
I shall attach the key to mine belt on mine hip.
Yes. So this way, you guys, if you're ever traveling anywhere, as long as you have access to a door with a keyhole, or if you ever get a tavern room and you only just want to get the one room, this way you can save a bunch of money that way, so on and so forth.
Yeah.
All right.
Bless.
Is there anything else you wanted to look at while you are here? There are a number of items in here, but quite frankly, I think they are all at your guys' price range at the
Yeah.
minimum.
I think as we are leaving, Jonas makes a comment of, this place really hasn't changed in 20-something years.
It really hasn't.
Alana used to drag Toby and I here when we were kids all the time to look at the shiny rocks, and they're still in the same places on the same shelves.
Damien,
This place is ridiculous.
Well, yes, that is a little surprising. One would imagine in that time that, well, something would have changed.
Mumble, city of progress.
Yeah. I find that note interesting, and Damien just kind of remarks that, I don't know, it's odd for a city that he, points towards, Jonas and towards the general street around him. As you say, for one that promotes progress so openly, it is a little ironic to see that so much has stayed still or the same. I know this is like.
I'm sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, it's kind of weird to think about, but granted, because he was exceptionally young, would Damien remember? Because he was at least like 2 or 3 before they left Kelpsa.
No.
His magical gift. No. Yeah, I was gonna imagine not.
I don't know about you guys, and this might say a lot more about me than anything, but I don't remember shit from when I was 2 or 3.
I don't remember shit from before I was 8.
Ash remembers, but Delilah barely remembers anything from 12 and lower. I think 13 maybe.
I have vague impressions, but nothing more than that.
I will. Before we leave, Cece does have one thing they want to ask.
Yeah.
Not about any magic items. But they're gonna ask the gnomish woman. They're like, also, quick question, because I've never been here before, but I'm trying to find a few different like bits and bobs and things like that. Do you know where I'd be able to find a shop run by Debolik? If it's closed today, that's fine, but like potentially tomorrow or anything like that.
The name Debolik isn't ringing a bell on anything. What are you looking
They're like
for?
They're like a curio shop owner. I had a friend in DevCast. Unfortunately, her stock of items was bought out before I could get there. And they said that they'd recommend this person in Kelpsa, since they're also like a curio shop owner that they've spoken with before.
Curio shops. Let me think for a moment as I frantically go through my notes again. That is my dock cruise. That is the stat block for the Phoenix Feather. Good fucking guides. So many notes, yet so little at the same time. Curios. Maybe the illusionist's mirage, or maybe Mystic Menagerie tends to have a little bit of everything, but they're primarily known for their familiars.
No, it wouldn't be anything like that. It'd be very. I want to say it's almost like Curios of the eccentric. I just really enjoy stories, and that's kind of what brought me to her store in the first place. And she said he would carry something similar.
Oh, if you're looking for so if you're looking for something that's odd and has a story, like you're not looking for magic items, right?
No.
No, okay, yeah. If you're looking for something odd that's got a story, you're probably looking for the Curio Convention.
Is that a shop or a convention?
Did I say
Curio
shop?
Convention? Okay. Where is that?
They change every single time. It's, to my understanding, it's got to be something you got to be invited to. They're a little eccentric, if you get my meaning.
Yeah. Okay. Well, thank you for the information. That's better than what I started with. Have a wonderful evening.
Yeah, not a worry. If you're looking for odd people who might be coming in for this one specific thing, I'd recommend maybe asking around the docks.
Good to know.
All right. Anything else? Was everyone in the shop at this time?
I think it was
I
just me, Jonas, and Damien.
Yeah, I very specifically did not go because I didn't want to be recognized by anyone, just to be safe.
So are you sort of outside, Ash, or?
No. I stayed. I'm back at the shop. I'm
the
still
sirens,
talking.
siren silence.
Oh no.
Yeah, because I put the private sanctum around it, and I'm gabbing about the city with Jonas's mom. We're keeping it light. I'm keeping it
Okay.
light. I'm not going
And,
into anything crazy.
Pin, are you also there, or did you travel with the guys?
I traveled. I assume I traveled with the group. In my head, going off of what you said in the first description of Kelsa, with how there's people like around entertaining the children with magic tricks, Pin would just be watching one of those
Oh yeah, okay.
if there is one nearby.
Yeah, you've got people who are using like small conjuration magics to sort of pull bubbles out of thin air, or people using minor illusion to illustrate sort of stories that they're telling. A lot of them are, the traditional like hero slays bad evil villain and saves the day sort of situation. You see, you tune into one story of a ship fighting off. Hold on, let me double check the wording I sent to Hex.
The Emerald Envoy?
What was that?
No. Not the Emerald Envoy. The Emerald Envoy fucks you up.
You will come across somebody telling a story about the haunted sea, and they will tell you. They will tell you of this ship that encountered several other ghost ships while sailing into an an inescapable fog. And the ghost ships tried to, the sailors on the ghost ships tried to breach the sides of the living ship with the sole purpose of sucking the life out of the sailors on board. And, yeah. But of course, it has a clear hero. They go on about this captain, Jonathan Drake, who
Sick name.
slays all of the ghosts, and you watch as these ghosts just sort of poof as this little, like, basically stick man with a long coat and a sword jabs the sword through these ghosts. And the kids are like, they are enthralled.
Awesome.
They are enthralled by this story. And then eventually, as all the ghosts that got onto, Captain Jonathan Drake's ship vanquish, the ghost ships on either side of the ship also just fall apart and turn into dust scattered across the sea. And as the ghosts were done, the impenetrable fog lifts, revealing that they were close to home all along, and all they had to do was believe. Something like that. Some kid's story,
That's so cute. Yeah,
Really
it
cute.
is. Yeah, having the time. Go on.
That's adorable.
I don't even know if Jonas would even be out of the shop at that point.
Go ahead.
I was just gonna say, Pin will intently listen along to the story, but they sort of stand, like, far enough away that they aren't, like, directly a part of the crowd, and more like an onlooker, sort of, like, off to the side, like the little creature they are, despite the fact that they find this story incredibly enthralling. And I feel like they're smart and, like, well-read enough to, like, understand that, oh, this is just minor illusion, that's basic, easy work, light work, but, like, it still works on them either way. They're still like, whoa. They got, like, the starry eyes without taking the candy.
Your eyes might still be starry for this, actually. But at the end,
Yeah,
the person doing the minor illusion show will take a moment to pay homage to Shiraz, the Maiden of the Mists, which you guys have heard the name of before, I do believe, who is sort of the patron deity of Kelpsa, or at least those who fare the seas, those who take voyage on the seas, as she is sort of seen as this motherly deity, basically waiting on shores to welcome sailors home, to basically welcome her children home.
Oh,
Yeah.
that's beautiful. Thank you, Shiraz. We all say in unison.
Thank you, Shiraz.
Everyone claps. Okay, that's what they're doing while the group is shopping.
Okay.
They're healing.
Okay, cool.
That's cute.
Then I will say, as the group exits the shop, and it's around the time Pin's story ends, the large white obelisks placed throughout the city will flare up again, and you guys will hear a tune that you guys didn't hear earlier because you sort of came in at the end. But this tune seems to silence everybody in the streets as they look over to the obelisks. And you will see a face of a young-looking human woman with a familiar voice that you guys will know is Helena Voss. And she will... I'm going to take a drink before I say this one because I'm getting dry throat here. In more breaking news tonight, arcane authorities are scrambling to address a citywide phenomenon, a sudden and unexplained failure in divination magics. Over the last 48 hours, divination spells, including scrying, clairvoyance, and even the humble detect thoughts, have inexplicably stopped functioning. Magical institutions, seers, and watch clerics across the city have all reported the same result. Silence. No visions, no glimpses, nothing. These are certainly unprecedented times, but the Arcane Council is already investigating. Citizens should not panic. Do not worry, we have our most brilliant magical minds getting to the bottom of it. However, speculations are rampant. Wild theories range from planar interference, even to sabotage from an unknown entity. Some have even drawn connections between this disruption and an ongoing search for the fugitive mage Ashwin Var, though the Council declined to comment on any such links. We'll continue to follow this story as it develops. Until then, trust your eyes and keep your wards active, and perhaps reconsider placing any bets on any prophecies. But more later tonight.
Okay, listen here.
You were in the shop.
If I
You didn't
hear the
this?
words,
It
if I hear
isn't.
the words unprecedented times one more goddamn time, I'm
Not
gonna lose it.
wrong about the Ash connection.
Yeah, nor are they necessarily wrong about the
I
unprecedented
want to
times.
know. Okay, yeah, it's technically not true, but like, does this feel like they might? God, me even asking this seems like it would be impossible to answer. But like, did that come off as like, oh, they have some knowledge that they shouldn't, or is that just like, oh, they're scapegoating me now?
So let me bring up the exact wording again that Ashram didn't hear because he was inside a building.
Okay, you know what? You're right. I didn't hear it. Moving on. Sure.
They wonder if it's in connection to
Yeah,
Ash.
speculation is rampant. Some have even drawn connections between this disruption and the ongoing search for the fugitive mage Ashram Var. So
No,
that was just population speculation.
I like fugitive maid.
We need Ashram in like a little French maid outfit.
I'm
You
not
guys should have
saying
read that
he's
diary.
saying he's never worn that. I'm saying it was probably part of his repertoire. Remember, Ashram is a very
He wouldn't wear it for us.
no. Ashram. Remember, Ashram. The clothes that Ashram had were literally the clothes on his back. He's very fashionable, young man.
Young man?
He. Well, I mean, old guy, I guess.
Oh yeah, by the
But,
way,
like-
your youngening only lasted 10 minutes, so you were...
God damn it. No, like he wears like dresses and stuff. Like
Oh, yeah,
normally
yeah.
he would be in.
But
Like,
they have
that's
never
the stuff he
seen
likes.
you in such finery.
It's true. It's true.
Ah.
But I don't think a maid outfit is quite his style. If I'm being 100% honest, it'd be more regal than that.
Not unless Emmerich asks.
Yeah, I was going to say, if Emmerich asked.
Okay, well, Emmerich isn't asking for a lot of things these days, so we're not gonna think about that right now.
Damn.
All right. Any other things you guys want to do at the moment? We are like sun setting across the horizon as you guys get back towards the docks. You see beyond the horizon the ocean that sort of expands onward as far as the eye can see. This beautiful cascade of oranges, pinks, and purples settling in to the ocean itself as the sun lowers ever so slowly. Barely a cloud in the sky. However, some of you, passive perceptions above, we'll say a 13.
That's not me.
That would be me.
Are you the
Wait.
only one with a passive perception above 13?
I got a 15.
There you go.
I have a 17.
Okay.
What if our passive perception is 13? I heard if it meets, it beats.
Yeah, if it
repeatedly
meets,
before.
it beats. Yeah.
Oh, I'm in.
You will see something far off in the distance on the horizon. It looks almost like a collection of buildings and towers densely populated on the tiniest island in the far distance. Jonas, you know what this is.
No. Bedtime.
What?
One thing to note for
Time
those
to
who
use the
can
key.
see it, though it does again present as an island, it is slowly moving in an eastward direction.
What is that?
I
That
second
would be
that.
the Emerald Market.
Oh.
Which is
That's
It's a
oh,
giant floating
black
sort of
market.
set of pontoons black market. Travels in between different waters to avoid breaking specific laws. If you'll recall, Lilith was purchased aboard that.
Oh.
oh,
It's also where I
oh,
get all my good tea, but you know.
that's neither here nor
Wild.
there.
Wild statement.
Yeah, Pin gives you like this look of like lip curled disgust. Like you know the meme of like Tanjiro like looking at his phone, like the face he makes.
Look,
That's that.
Yeah.
I was on a trading vessel. Not everything they do there is below board, or they wouldn't be able to float.
That's just interesting, to say the least.
Once,
this-
Matt.
Sorry, go on. I didn't mean. Sorry.
No, it's okay. It's because I started and my brain stopped. Just go ahead.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Ow, you finished.
No, I like it's gone. I don't know what's been wrong with my brain recently, but it's just I don't remember what I was gonna say.
Brain soup. Oh my god, I'm sorry, buddy.
It's okay.
Brain soup.
Well, Finn was just going. Yeah, Finn was just going to say like once the market gets like, or I should say, once magic gets like destroyed in general, won't the market then also get destroyed? Is what they were getting at.
Probably not. It's just a
think
bunch of
so.
boats and flotillas. Not too much magical about it, although don't need to be magic to give bad vibes. And I suspect with magic spontaneously disappearing, they may. I don't, governments around here, or leaders around here, may be a little more strict with what they allow under their watch.
Maybe we should. Well, we still have magic then. Do something about that.
They point to the floating body, the floating vessels. Is
Not
the word I
gonna lie,
was looking for.
As soon as Pin says that, Cece's just kind of like, I'm not gonna lie. As soon as you confirmed it was the Emerald Markets, the first thing that came into my mind was wanting to. Once everyone that shouldn't be there, like those that may have been like Lilith, once we get them out of there, I want to burn that ship to the ground to the point where fire floats on the water. Not
People have tried.
But have they tried hard enough?
Evidently not.
Hex, do I need to send you a refresher on the proprietor of the Emerald Market?
I am aware of the proprietor.
Okay, I can quickly type up a little refresher.
I'm imagining the rumors may shift if magic goes away.
We'll see.
Wait, if you want to type up, because I have exactly one line on that individual.
Yeah, I'll mute myself and type up.
Also, while they make the remark about how it would be difficult to take the Emerald Market, Damien just quietly remarks to himself, well, I mean, with the absence of divination magic, they won't really see us coming.
All right.
Also, while fire might not be the best it might not be the best option. The easiest way to sink a ship is to put a hole in it.
There are a lot of ships. And
I have a lot of spell slots. I'll use them all.
Besides, who said fire wasn't gonna work? Maybe they just haven't made a big enough one yet.
They say, thinking back to like the massive alchemist fire they purchased.
Bro!
Look,
So
I am-
true, bestie!
I am all for this plan, but
They're a little far off to get to right now, aren't they?
we have a bit of a ways away. We've got our current objective, and the big boss of that place. I believe I've mentioned him to you before. The Dread Revenant has a bit of a habit of not fucking dying. So, problem for future
Well.
us, methinks. In the meantime, and he will twirl the key he purchased, I think we best get most of you to bed. I know Asher, it's well past that.
True. On the plus side, we can actually stay with.
Are we
it
up?
seems-
Okay, so we're upstairs.
Oh, did you make it back to the cafe? Or the pub?
Oh, are
We
we?
were just walking. I thought we were walking.
Yeah, I
I
thought
I
you
guess
were
if we're
still
still
wagering.
if we're still walking, Jonas will catch himself. Brandon or whatever. It's past his bedtime.
Oh, we are so fucked. We are turbo
Barley.
fucked.
Brandon.
Follow.
I am not there.
Yeah.
Anyway,
Okay.
it is past many
let's-
people's. It's evening. I think many people are tired. Regardless of who it is, let's get some well-needed rest. On the plus side, I don't think your mother has to worry about having us sleep on the floor this evening, Jonas, which is nice.
that was the plan.
So I, for one, am exhausted.
I second. Well, I second that. I haven't really done much today, but I mean, sleep does sound good.
I'm
Not a lot
gonna
of doing, quite a bit of stressing.
I'm gonna put a pin in U4 because Ashram stayed back with Alda.
Mhm.
So, did you guys talk about anything in particular?
I don't know. I think we just sort of gab about the city and what I've missed in the last 6 months. I don't mention I've been gone for 6 months. That seems like a really stupid thing to say.
Yeah.
But it's just like, how is this store? Are they still, is their conjuration magic still shit there? Like, oh yeah, I know, fucking Donovan. He was always bad at like evocation, so of course he would open a bakery, like, just stuff like that. Just gabbing out.
Yeah.
Ashram
What's wrong
definitely
with
needs the
bakers?
almond milk.
She'll as you guys are gabbing, she'll be cleaning and tidying up and whatnot. She's at this point activated the illumination crystals across the walls to provide some illumination. Every now and again, you'll hear the door rattle as somebody assumes it's open and is trying to come in, but then eventually will catch the sign, and sometimes you'll hear like "oh," or you'll hear "oh, of course," and people walking off and whatnot. But
Right.
as you guys are alone, Elda, she starts with pleasantries. She's keeping up with the conversation. She's responding. She's receptive. She's confirming rumors that you're going on about, or giving you updates of the people you specifically talk about, ones that she knows at the very least.
Sure.
And eventually, she'll start asking, well, how long have you known Jonas?
A couple of months now. We sort of fell in together through some circumstances.
It's been a couple of months, right? Or has it been like a month at this point?
I think we're like 2.
I think it'd be, yeah, I'd say it's
Yeah.
been like two and a half months. Time skipping with carriage driving and such.
Yeah.
Jonas's response, I was a little confused. I was making sure.
And where did you meet him?
Oh, it was in it was in DevCast, wasn't it? Yeah, we met in DevCast.
Ainsborough.
Ainsborough. Sorry, yes, that's what I meant.
Hmm.
We were in Ainsborough. I was seeing some old friends there, and had to do a little bit of work, and we happened to just sort of fall into the same group together. And he's a nice boy.
Oh, I know he is. I know he is.
He's got a talent for magic. I worry about him a bit, but I know what he can do.
Speaking of talents for magic, I couldn't help but notice the tome that you're trying to keep hidden. What do you do?
The tome that I specifically left in the cart.
I hope you didn't leave it in the cart, because the cart's sold. So Delilah, is the tome in the cart?
No, if I knew we were selling the cart, no, the tome would be in the book holster at my side. I stole that directly from Liam O'Brien. I love the book holster. It's an amazing
It's a
thing
good
for...
look.
Yeah, no, I actually dabbled in spellcraft, and I'll pull the book out. It doesn't have my name on it because I'm not crazy. But anyone that would, if she wants to look into it, I would be a little reticent, because anyone who knows me and the way I cast my spells might be able to distinguish who it is.
Yeah, so you present the tome, but you don't open it up, is what I'm hearing?
Yeah, I just kind of set on the table, like, yeah, I do a little bit of spellcrafting on the side.
She'll gesture towards it. May I?
I like to keep these notes a little close to the chest. There's some things that I'm working through that I would, I'm not quite comfortable sharing. Your avatar's eyes squinting a little lower and lower. Like, uh-oh.
I mainly just wanted to see if you had anything like, disguise self or prestidigitation or minor illusion.
Well, I have a few tricks. I'll do a prestidigitation with a little bit of sparklies. And then I'll create a little figure of her with minor illusion. Unfortunately, I'm not very good at disguises.
I can tell.
Shit! I should have said that.
It's gonna take a little bit more than some cheap red dye if you're gonna be spending more time here.
Well,
damn. Your face is plastered over the Arcano casts constantly.
Actually, just placid smile, slowly, the bead of sweat down the forehead. Okay. It was something we didn't want to bring up for safety's sake on everyone's sort of board at this point.
Listen, I'm not gonna pretend that I'm comfortable with you traveling with my son, but I'm gonna have to at least trust that whatever mess you all have gotten into, your skill set is going to be of benefit to him. Don't you dare do anything to hurt my boy. Am I understood?
Yes, ma'am.
Good. And then her eyes will sort of flash back up to the door behind you all as she will snap her fingers and the door will unlock, allowing the 4 of you to come back in.
She uncocks the double barrel under the table.
No, we're not having more double barrels under the table. That went really badly last time.
Yeah, that's real.
I think Ashram just kind of like half fake. He kind of starts a fake yawn and then it turns into an actual yawn. It's like, I'm getting really sleepy. Actually, I think I should probably hit the bed.
Honestly, a nice dose of warm almond milk really helps knock you out.
You know what? I haven't had almond milk in ages. That sounds wonderful. Thank you.
I'll do that up for you,
Almond
darling.
milk yesterday.
Wait, does this have any sort of effect I should be aware of? Is it going to cast sleep on me or?
Don't worry about it.
I give a pretty hearty belly laugh. I like your style.
And she will produce a small saucer, and she will grab a container from the icebox and pour in what you presume to be oat milk, and again that snap over the cup, and you'll notice soft, subtle steam coming off of the oat milk.
Ooh, love it.
Oat milk, so yummy.
Take a sip.
I'll even read the description that Hex has given me. Warm oat milk sprinkled with nutmeg.
Ooh. Ooh.
Can you roll me a Constitution saving throw?
Hello.
Shit. I'm not gonna beat the old man allegations. I'm not beating the old man allegations.
You never did.
It's gonna put me to sleep. And I won't be able to beat the old man allegations.
You
I
never
got
did.
+1. I mean, that's an 11. That's pretty good. That's above the That's above the average.
But not high enough. Just barely
It's
not high
high.
enough.
Damn
Ashram,
it.
you feel incredibly tired.
Oh, you put sleep on it, and it's just right under the fucking table.
Perfect timing. It looks like your friend needs to go to sleep. You're
And I
muted,
think-
Frank. You're muted, Frank.
And I think he begins to immediately mutter in his sleep, like, the nightmare again. It's the nightmare again.
Oh, is he repeating the names?
I don't think. No, I think it's just a lot of no, like not again. No, it can't be. You know, just that kind of stuff. I don't think the names come back out again.
Okay.
It's not an all the time thing. It's just really when it gets really bad.
She'll almost appraising the work done. She'll place a hand on the bar, and with her other hand, she will slowly move some of Ashram's hair out of his face. As she continues to look at Ashram. You all are going to have to do something better with this disguise.
It was the one class I got a C in. I'm sorry.
I told you red didn't look good on him.
Above board, I thought you rolled like a 20 or something like super high on that disguise self.
It
There's
doesn't
only
matter
so much
if I got
that
a
I
C.
can do.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
she's spent the past few hours sitting and talking with you. You are very knowledgeable about Kelpsa. You're a caster, and all you did was dye the hair and put on some makeup.
Nah.
Asher really thought that shit ate. Like, girl.
Listen, okay.
I would recommend a haircut at the very least. And a little bit less of a obviously made up moniker.
Let them know when they wake up. Can I also get whatever they had when I? Because
Yes, but I don't think I can
Whatever.
carry you upstairs, darling. So I'll hand it to you.
oh, don't worry, it won't. It won't do that. It just looked delicious.
Oh, all right. And she'll prepare you some almond milk.
Because this is magic sleep, I'm assuming, right?
Yes. And yes, you are half-elf,
Yeah.
so you should be resistant to it.
I fully just can't be put to sleep by magic. Let's go, baby!
It does make you tired, but you
Yay!
can't be put to sleep.
This is delicious. Thank you.
Anything?
I'm sorry to cause so much stress.
There's a lot going on today. But the least I can do is make sure you all have full bellies, and you'll have somewhere to sleep tonight. So I'll see how many mats I can pull out. I'll see how many thick blankets I can put on the ground.
I really appreciate it, though. That was the purpose of our outing. I believe we've solved that.
Oh? Are you gonna have to lug this one through the streets to a tavern?
Jonas will place the key on the bar between them.
Oh. I see.
Leftovers from the research grant. We were working with. I presume you've heard of Eldred Thor.
I have in passing. I wouldn't say I was deeply knowledgeable of his work.
Yeah. We were contracted by him to help find an old temple. It got a little out of hand, but here we are.
Ropers are listen. Ropers are scary. It was the first time I saw one. Thankfully, Jonas got my back.
It's the first one you saw one. It's the first time you saw one alive. Clarification.
Ooh, it was scarier alive.
That bitch tried to eat me. Luckily, my shield spell is built different.
Hell yeah.
Bro.
What were you saying, buddy?
Damien was just when they were starting to talk about some of the stuff there. He's just comments. He's like, "Yeah, a lot of terrible things in those caves."
Look,
Just
you all
dry
are
as.
you all are not doing anything to ease my nerves.
Yeah,
I apologize.
I know that
You've been
feeling.
traveling.
I promise since then I've become more capable. And I've picked up a few new songs. So if you ever want entertainment for here while we're here, I can do it.
Damien nods his head towards Cece and says, "He's quite good."
Yeah.
We'll talk about it in the morning. All right?
Jonas will hand Cece the key and says, "Would you do the honors tonight?"
Doesn't it need to be a tune?
Right. Yes. I'll do it.
I was like, I'll attune if you want, but I feel like you have a way cooler space to go to.
Yeah.
Big seafaring and all. I've spent like 50% of, like 80% of my life in Amarillo and 20% in DevCast. They're not known to be great places to look at.
Well, I mean, if you're looking for someplace good to look at, I might be able to supply that at least.
I want to see a boat.
That can be arranged.
All right.
Houseboat, let's go.
Houseboat.
All right. I'll take this rowdy crew upstairs.
Yeah.
And we can.
Elda will shout out the reminder
Okay.
of the bonking incident. So watch your heads, especially if you're tall.
Knight hits
Okay.
his head.
DC will probably turn around and then hit his head as he turns around and be like, huh?
Oh, yeah, no, you all are very tired. Get on up there.
Yeah.
I imagine
Damien-
somebody is carrying Ashram up.
Yeah, Damien's doing his best.
I would say CC will probably be helping / doing most of the work with Damien.
Where's Stein in all this?
Yeah, I was just gonna say Stein could do it.
All right, so long as somebody's carrying Ash up. I will say, if Stein
Yeah.
is going up the stairs creak and groan under the weight of Stein. There are some steps you all swear he's going to go right through the stairs, but thankfully, mercifully, that does not happen.
I don't think he's very careful with like Ashram. I feel like he like will try when he tries to like squeeze through door frames and shit. He like bonks Ashram's head,
Oh no!
etc.
Okay, can we not have my character go through the
Yeah.
wacky conga line for once,
Let's
please?
not give
Don't put yourself
Ashram
in
elder
it.
abuse. Like, come on.
I want. We are in my hometown. Can I have a little taste of home while I'm here? I'm
Your
begging.
hometown hates you.
Yeah,
I
I'm
thought
aware.
I thought
also
home was
aware of
on
that.
loving parents.
All right. So, the key is put into the keyhole of Jonas's childhood bedroom, and then the door is flung open to reveal.
Pin wanted a boat. So the door swings open. You find yourself on the upper deck of a relatively large sailing ship. Pretty much as far as you can see is a frozen sea with light snow falling on the deck and around you.
Oh my.
Notably,
I think
it's not actually particularly cold.
okay.
Hold on. Is this where I think it is?
Yeah.
All right. How much are you conjuring for this? Is it just the waters, or are you conjuring the docks?
I don't think we're doing the dock. I think
Okay.
it's just we're around the side of some sort of coastal mountainous area, if at all. Otherwise, it's just sort of the ice sheets.
Okay. I was just gonna say, like, if you can see Luthen at all from the boat, I need to know.
No, I think Jonas is going for sort of
Okay.
calm waters, and they don't need to know about whatever's going on over there.
Okay, understood.
Plus, that's a lot for him to accurately recall
That is
for
also
the
very
purposes of conjuring up a
All right. And
Seeming.
Sorry?
Good. I was just calling it a seeming. That's yeah.
I think now is a good time to call it, as we are at
Probably.
time, and we can take in the stuff of the boat next episode. Sound good?
That sounds
Sounds
good.
good.
Sounds good.
Perfect. Blah, pardon me. All right, I'm going to do the command for ink stained. There we go. Thank you all to my fantastic players. We have Damien in the top left-hand corner, who is played by Simply Your Buddy. Next to him, we have Pin, who's played by Mio Possum, who's also done all of the fantastic character art for the campaign thus far. We have Ashram, played by High Queen Didi. Then we have Cece, who's played by Fridays with Frank. And lastly, we have Jonas, who's played by Hexavel Zaro. Thank you all so much for being fantastic players. As always, if you want post-game chat and aftercare, feel free to stick around in the Discord while I deafen and do my sign-off. I'll be back in a moment, but everyone say goodbye.
Bye. Give her your money. Bye-bye.
Have some up.
All right, so we're gonna go here. Thank you all again so much for hanging out with me today. Was an interesting homecoming for Jonas. I think that went over pretty well. But we also have to do a homecoming for Ashram at some point. Hopefully they will step up his disguise, but we will see. If you guys want to talk about tonight's session, if you guys want to share anything about tonight's session, there are fan tabs in my Discord server, and if you want to opt in, you'll know exactly when I'm going live, and when the VODs of each episode get posted to my YouTube, so feel free to check out that link there. Whenever I want to play a game that's more fun with more folks, I always go to my Discord first, so games like Apex Legends, League of Legends, Overwatch, Red Dead Redemption Online, Final Fantasy XIV Online, Valheim the Forest, The Isle, Pacifier Devour, Sons of the Forest, Raft, Minecraft, Baldur's Gate 3, Lethal Company, Medieval Dynasty, Among Us, Jackbox, and many, many more. Also, if you want to see what I am posting on other social medias, for example, I did mention that the VODs do get posted to YouTube for both Inkstain and the sister campaign, Emerlia Murders. That's right, I host 2 campaigns that take place in the same universe at roughly the same time, so things that Group A does will affect Group B and vice versa. But if you want to check out any of the previous episodes or get into Emerald Murders, feel free to check out that link there, as that does link to my YouTube. It also links to my Twitter and Blue Sky, TikTok, and Ko-fi, where I sell physical, tangible merch. And lastly, it also links to my art commissions, which are currently closed at the moment, but you can still check them out there. But yeah, it is late. It is 1 o'clock in the morning, and I don't want to raid out. I just want to go to bed. So thank you all so much for understanding. I hope you all have an amazing night, and until I get to see you all again next week, I hope you all stay awesome, stay safe, and well, I guess this is bye-bye.